Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back to another Thursday night paint and whatever the hell we decide to chat about. We just lost someone. To another Thursday night. Someone's got something open.
Sorry.
Hey, Grandma, what are you painting tonight? You want the link? Just
yeah,
something.
No hobby, no candy. You gotta be hobby.
That's gonna drive Omen away.
That's it, Omen. You better start pretending you're doing some shit.
Okay, Grandma, here you go. Here's the link. Let's get her in here. There you go, Grandma. Yeah, it was really cool actually hanging out with you, Grandma, last week. We need to do that more. So what are you working on, bro?
What am I working on? What's Bo working on?
What are you working on?
Hey,
what am I doing? The show. Yeah, what are you working on?
I'm working on dust stuff.
No shit, really?
Yeah, a bunch of zombies. Yeah. I finally got my fucking planes finished.
I knew it. I knew you were going to get to it. It just took a little time, you know.
They didn't look like shit, but, whatever.
No, man. No, I don't know if you've ever heard
anyway.
Before.
So.
Hey, Grandma, hold on a second.
Grandma, what's up, girl?
She's
interpretive dancing.
Yeah.
You're freezing up a little and whatnot. Okay, here's one of the best tips I ever learned. Real quick. When you're painting, right? Every miniature gets to that point where it looks like crap. You're like, oh my God, what have I done wrong? Push through it. You're at the halfway point. When you look at it and you go, oh God, I hate this. I don't want to put another drop of paint on it. I hate it. You are at the halfway point. Push through that. Keep doing all the techniques, the things, the dry brushing, the washing, whatever it is you do. Keep doing it. And next thing you know, they'll start to look a little something like this.
It's true.
Let me biggerize myself.
Is that Elvis?
Is that Elvis?
It looked like a guy with a guitar.
I know. I wish. So layout here. I'm stealing the screen. Okay. Do the
it's a shredder?
No, it's just a conquistador.
Oh, conquistador. Okay.
For Shadows of Brimstone, it's a little dark, but I kind of wanted that because for this particular game, let's shrink myself down.
Grandma was showing off something. What was she showing?
In Shadows of Brimstone, the conquistadors are tromping through the jungle, looking for looking for the temple or whatever they're going to explore. So I'm like, they are not going to look all crisp and clean. Sorry. I know that's the way they paint them up in the catalogs and junk, but these guys, not only that, then they're going to go traipsing around in some dusty, cobweb-strewn, ancient ruins. They are going to look grungy. I am going to lighten up a little bit the face because of what Elle said, but I was going to do that anyways.
Well, so bring it real quick with Elle bringing that up. Did you hear that they're going to make like a movie about Hannibal, right? Like
they're going to make a movie about Hannibal?
Like the Carthaginian. How would you say that? Carthaginian. Anyway, they're going to make now Denzel Washington, great actor, but as Hannibal?
That's weird.
No, that's not fucking Hannibal. Hannibal is what? North African?
Welcome to the show, Wave of Mutilation. Happy Hanukkah and happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever it is you guys, celebrate out there. Hopefully it's something. Otherwise, you're going to hear me say happy holidays and Merry Christmas for the rest of the month and get a little irritated. So enjoy it. You never know when it's your last. I don't know if you slept for a week. No, it's 5 o'clock, and I'll go till about 8 o'clock, depending on how crazy we all get tonight with our paintbrushes.
Get moved, doggy.
Make sure I got my sound effect machine here.
You gotta find that, dude.
Let's see.
That's the closest I got to bed springs. But
Springs.
so what are you working on, Grandma?
I've got some orcs. Anyway, that's what they say they are. Monsters.
Monsters, love it, love it, love it. I'm actually looking for a small monster pack to gift to one of Jackie's friends. His DM, who's got like the most pitiful baggie of miniatures. I mean, it's just stuff from like, I mean, it all looks like it came out of a gumball machine, except for like the Whiz Kids or Wizards of the Coast or whatever. They put out some pre-painted metal miniatures. You remember those like superhero miniatures back a while back?
Yeah, Hero
Yeah.
No, not HeroClix. They were metal. They were like, die-cast metal painted with like some super gloss, thick ass paint. They weren't bad. You know what I'm talking about?
I've got a few of those. Yeah, it just we found them on sale somewhere and like, oh yeah, okay.
Right. I had a bunch of them for a long time. People were giving them to me for birthdays and stuff. I had Batman, 2 different Batmans, Robin, a bunch of the vehicles and stuff. It was cool, but I don't know where they are now. I think some of them are in Jackie's toy bins. But, the paint would chip off, and you could the paint was so thick you could measure it, It was just like,
yeah.
It was just awful.
I got stuff like that floating around here, random stuff,
But this kid's just got the most pitiful collection of miniatures, stuff taken from board games. It's a sandwich bag, no care taken whatsoever. And, stuff like I know my miniatures, I could usually spot just about and name just about anything. I'm like, what is this? He's got some stuff that looks like it came out of the old, I think it was the Dragon's Lair game, the electronic game. And, just like, so I want to get him.
Daring. That was the
no, not that game, not that game. The other one, the Mattel one, where like Dark Tower or something.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
It was like black and red.
He's probably like me. Oh, that's cool. Let's do something with that.
His folks don't get it, but he tries real hard, and I want to get him, a little set of just monsters. And everywhere I go, like on Amazon, it's like, a whole bunch of this weird crap, like cat. Like not cat people, but like cat people, not the cool ones that look scary. They're like, on 4 legs with a hat. I'm like, no. I want him to play D&D, not, My Little Pony. And
or Pony Finder.
You're right.
My Little Ponies of the Apocalypse.
So I was looking for stuff, and there's some stuff out there. It's questionable. I was trying to find something from a better name so that because I offered to teach the kids, during summer vacation. Hey, instead of you guys playing D one afternoon or something, come over. I'll make pizzas again, and teach you guys how to paint. Get your characters all painted up, and maybe get them like a case to put them in so they're not all coming out all derpy looking because they've been banging up against each other in a plastic bag in a backpack.
Right.
Get them going right.
Yeah, teach him the art of putting them in foam and in a little box.
That's something a lot of people don't talk about is like the art of storage.
Oh, dude,
you know what I mean?
Okay. We're doing a video. I don't know when. I actually did way back in one of our first like 10 or 12 videos. It was the better storage solutions for Dungeons and Lasers, because that stuff is a chore. And I now have like 10 different methods of storing things. I found these really cool boxes. Hold on, let me get them while we're talking about this junk.
I also got to organize my stuff better. You know what I mean? So all your orcs are in one spot, regardless of whether they're who made them, and whether they're these kind of minis or
so I got a question for you, Grandma.
Yeah.
Where do you cut off the number of a mini? Let's say orcs, right? I mean, do you like I play like war games, so like I usually an army would be a platoon, would be a platoon. So that's probably like
play a war game. you need lots of orcs then. If
Yeah,
that's
well,
your,
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
your
Like,
format. The more variety you have, the better.
yeah,
You can do that.
but
plenty of
that's
room.
the thing. It's like, I mean, if it's like, how many orcs would you need? Like in a war, in like in a role playing game. You
Oh,
probably just need a
in a role playing game, a regular
yeah,
role playing game.
yeah, just
Gosh, and I guess it depends on what you're doing. I mean, I've got one game that I was converting, and in fact, I have the first level of the dungeon converted to 5e. Um,
blasphemer.
from I know, but it's from it was written for in the 70s for original D&D, the module. So that's a huge deal.
Which module?
I was converting Palace of the Vampire Queen.
I don't remember that one.
It was put out by We Warriors
Oh,
before
okay. That's
TSR started doing modules. And
really holy
yes,
crap. That's
it's,
going back.
That's
it's
early.
really old. So you got to go through and translate everything, and you have to have a clue how to start doing that, which I do. So, and then you have to go through and research. And like in one room, I don't know, what is it, 19, 21, something like that, cats. So my
Yes,
solution,
that is the worst possible way to store them. Speaking of storing, okay, I got these things. I get these at the local dollar store for $1.25 because it's not really a dollar store, and they got about 10 cubbies. I use them for bits and things like that. Nothing. They're $1. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But then the actual 99-cent store has these. These rock. Okay, you can already see how many cubbies. You can take the dividers out to make them a little bigger. Okay.
These are just my my bases.
Yeah, the little cubby things. Those little art. I call them yard. You put beads and yarn and stuff in them. Cubbies. Because you can get those too for yarn, and you can move the little things around. They come in so handy just for like.
And
not
these
just
actually
me,
lock
but-
pretty securely. These have a pretty good locking mechanism. They're $2.99. Okay. So you get what, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 cubbies. And if they're like soft plastic Reaper bones and junk like that, screw boxes.
So guys, in your travels, since we're talking about orcs, okay, there was a game that came out.
Let me get this out of the way. I got one last.
So
I get these Harbor Freight. These are for the bigger minis. These are about.
Yeah. I've got. Are those the little toolboxes?
Yeah, I love these freaking things. These are Shadows of Brimstone.
Yeah, the toolboxes we have, and I've got to move stuff around because I'm going to do that because I'll be crafting through the winter here when my vacation starts. I've actually got toolboxes in the garage full of minis, and we're going to be pulling them around. Now I'm going to be opening them up and going, what's in here, and what do we need to silkate?
I've got 20 of those. I've got 20 of those. I need 20 more just for the bigger, like monsters and things like that.
Put the big old dragon in there,
And then of course I've got like 20 Chessex boxes.
Yeah. I don't have any Chessex boxes.
What?
Those things?
I have none.
Those things will run you a pretty penny.
Yeah, they're expensive now, man.
But if you're smart, what you'll do is you'll wait till you see an auction with a bunch of minis in it, and then you go, okay,
the Chessex box.
Yep.
I'll get that if you send me the box.
It's like, dude, I'll give you $30 for all that broken shit. Secretly, I just want the fucking box you have it in.
So Charles says he's got 135 28 millimeter orcs.
Yeah.
That's almost enough.
Almost.
So
we're talking about orcs, okay? We're talking about orcs.
And tabletop game.
Yes, for tabletop gaming, we're talking about orcs. Now, I'm a weird World War II guy. There was a game that came out just for a very short period of time called Panzer Faust. Okay. And what it was a weird war game that was kind of like it was like World War I and World War II, but and the belligerents were like the dwarves were German, but the orcs were Brits. And I've been looking to find some of those orc minis because they're great minis. They're fantastic minis.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah,
British
orcs, German dwarves. I think
so Cal comes in strong and says, "I probably have 500 orcs."
Damn.
Now, I'm just talking 28 mil because when I add in the other scales, I could consider, having like 20 more.
20 more.
Talking about,
Oh, Grandma, get your ass back in here. We didn't say you could leave.
I didn't go anywhere. The
You
whole
clicked
thing lit.
It's all right. I'm just trying to be funny. Throw them all in a shoebox. El says, we got the cheap toy monster and cowboy and Indian play sets. You just use whatever and throw them in a shoebox.
Yeah, I mean that's one way to do it. Just game with like toy soldiers instead of like wargaming minis. Yeah.
Well, I've explained to people, I'm not against using minis, obviously. I've got them. I've explained to people they're not necessarily necessary.
No, they're not for role playing.
If you're role playing, but sometimes they are helpful and they're fun.
Fun, yeah.
But you can use other things in place of them if something really tactical comes up and nobody's getting it. I mean, I get it that some people are so awesome in their role playing and in their DMing that apparently nobody ever just who's playing goes, what?
Yeah.
I don't get what you're saying.
The spatial representation is so important that you gotta have
James. Long time
Sometimes
no see.
it happens.
Yeah.
And also there's sometimes people need to learn that they can visualize before they can go straight to theater of the mind. They visualize all the time. They don't know it. They don't think they can. They got a mental block against it. They've been told it's so hard, and yet they're doing it every day. They need to go through steps to get there. When we started teaching the teenagers to play D&D, the first thing we noticed was they could not visualize. Just based on work.
Like pure mental visuals is a lot harder for the DM too, because he's got to be good at the ranges. He's the one who has to put a lot of the hard work in the spatial relationship between the enemies and the pillar and the whatever. But that's what that's a characteristic of a good DM. He can do it without it looking like.
You got to figure out how to communicate with them, right?
Yeah.
But they really just weren't getting it. So then we built ad hoc. I mean, we got tons of terrain around here, but I have nothing that's like a complete castle.
Yeah.
And we
just
used books and parts of stuff, terrain, and said, okay, now you're going up to the castle gate, and we gave them some minis to be them, and we put some minis to be the guards, and we're like, is this helping you imagine a full castle? It's only partial, right? And they were like, yes, I can see it now. Okay, so then we worked with them until now they can in fact play D&D with nothing but someone describing stuff to them.
That's good.
I was just on Fritz's stream and I cut my fingertip, so I decided to take a break. I saw you guys were on. I saw you guys were talking about what you were talking about, and I dropped in just to say, if you're working with soft plastic, like you get with Reaper Bones or with toy soldiers, it is very possible for you to use, if not Army Painter dip, a varnish like Minwax floor polish, and that will shade the model and harden the plastic at the same time, and then you can mat it if you want.
There you go.
So get yourself some wood staining gloss and just try brushing it on to your finished paint job and let it cure for a couple of days, and that will make your models super tough. You'll be able to chuck them around, whatever.
Army paint, that's what Army Painter sells for their dip. It's just wood stain. That's all it is.
Correct.
It's like
correct.
I think it's
but it's color matched
brown or something.
It's color matched to their washes.
The
cool thing about their one. When they say dip, they are talking about dipping the model in the tin and shaking it off. But you don't need to do that. That's very wasteful, really. It's better to take a brush that you've put some terps on and then dried it off, and then just brush it on the model.
Yep.
And let it set. And I guarantee you won't recognize your models. Like, not only will they be shaded quite effectively, but they'll be rock hard and glossy.
It looks great, guys. It really does.
Like, something analogous to being rock hard and glossy.
Rock hard and glossy. Sounds good to me.
That's right.
Nice.
So I'm probably going to jump out now. I'm going to jump out and return to bandaging my hand, but try Minwax floor polish or Army Painter dip on your models. Give them heaps of drying time. Don't touch them. Don't touch them.
Don't touch
but
them.
Give that a shot.
Well, come back if you're not
I
going
like
to
to put mine. I like to put mine over a gloss, and that preserves the brightness of the metallics, and it flows even better. Good day.
Okay, come on back if you get your hand all bandaged up and whatnot. Get your ass back in here. Yeah, that was James L., our brother from down under. I had a good long call last night with him. He's a great guy. We need to get him a channel. I don't know, maybe buy him one for Christmas or something. Yeah. He's a great guy. He's one of the funniest guys I've ever met. And, as you can tell, he likes to do the drive-by, appearances, come in, come out. Another joke's in there somewhere, but I ain't touching it.
Did you see a Bose video today?
Was it today?
Yeah, he did one today. And he was talking about, like, if you don't have a channel, get a channel, start a channel.
Oh, not so. Wasn't the what do you call it, the echo chamber one?
Yeah, I think he talked about that too. The second half. The second half.
Yeah, we had a long old. We had a long old chat out in public with that. I just interpreted some of his stuff. I was trying to beat him to the punch, sort of, and answer. Start the conversation before the video was ended. What's up, Owen? I thought I liked your. Here, you get your ass in here, Owen. What are you doing?
Paint something, Owen.
What's he doing? Is Owen lagging on it?
Paint.
Well, on your question, I think it depends on how many you plan. If for tabletop role play games, how many you plan.
Well, no, I'm talking about you, Grandma.
At one moment. Oh, for me?
I'm talking about you. When do you feel you have enough orcs?
Oh, I don't nearly have enough yet.
The only time that you have enough orcs, you feel that you have to get rid of some so you can store other things. That's something.
I want cyborg orcs, for God's sake.
Crap.
I want space orcs.
Dude, this whole thing called Warhammer. They got all that.
I know there is. They're expensive as hell. That's why I don't have them. Like this guy. Look at this guy. I don't know. No, not this guy. Let me get this orc here. So this orc here, he's a potential for me to do something. So I have two of these. To me to do bad things to him, because if you look, he's going to require putty. Let's see. Let me find the camera here. He's going to require putty. Can you see that seam in his arm? See it?
Yep. Yeah,
right there. I could cut that off, soft plastic that he is, and meld something else there and give him like a cyborg arm or something. I could hack this guy up and do terrible things to him. But a lot of these minis came out that I'm trying to clean them up, and I'm gonna have to find my gray putty or get some gray putty, model putty, and putty them up.
You need to get a 3D printer, and when you print shit,
I have 3D printers.
There are no seams. You don't have to worry about it.
They're not mine though. They're my husband's, and so he's the one who messes with them, and he hasn't been printing anything recently. So I'll have to get on him on that.
My printer has not stopped printing since I started printing. Right now, I'm printing up something.
I'm going to be asking him over the holiday. Okay, dude, we're getting back and printing stuff because we got two 3D printers, and I got some stuff I want to get printed. One of the things I want to get is the STL to the OSHA troll. There's an OSHA troll. There's a dungeon OSHA troll STL on the net. I want that. I want a bunch of little dungeon OSHA trolls with their hard hats, their safety jacket, their clipboard.
I saw.
Hey, RPG Grandma, you can't forget. I've heard that there's this STL for Hungar the Starvarian. You know,
I need one of those. Yeah, I have to get one of those.
I've got yours here, Omen. I can get that to you sometime.
Well, you just need to invite me over to play a game. I really don't care about the rest of it. You know, it's like you let me know, I'll be over there. That's how it works.
Grandma will have an army of Hungars. Hey, nerds, what's happening? Welcome to the show.
Nerd, what's up, girl?
Hey, how we doing?
Good,
Hey,
Trying to do some
We are-
faces and not screw them up.
I'm trying to make this terrible plastic mess of a mini look better.
Yes.
Hey.
So jackknife.
No, Shadow. You need to do it just like that lady did with the Jesus Christ picture in the church. I'm not sure if you've seen that in South America, where she said that she could do it, and then it looks horrible. But the weird thing is it's so horrible that more people are going to church to see it than were before. So they're afraid of redoing it. Yeah, she messed up completely. You have to go look it up online. It's great.
So James L says he's eating beans on toast to heal my hand.
Hell yeah, dude.
And
Yeah.
L asked, how do beans heal? I don't think we really want to know. Put super glue on it. That'll work. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what super glue was invented for.
Hey, James, I've seen some of your work. You know what? It's 90% of the time it's better than mine.
I haven't seen any of your work, James, because you know why? Because you don't have a fucking channel. So how am I going to see it? Come on, man.
No, he not only does he do good work, he knows a lot of tricks and tips that I had never heard of before. Just crazy stuff like what he came in with just now. You know, I never would have thought of glossing or varnishing my minis at all, let alone like halfway during the. No.
You guys know about the trick for making, like, when you got like a spaceship or a car, something that's all metal but it's got it, so you painted the whole thing like silver or gray, one color, right? That metallic gray, silverish color. But then you want stuff to stand out, you get a lead pencil. And instead of trying to paint in all the little doors and stuff around the edges, you take the lead pencil and you use that to create the shading in there before you seal up the
I thought
thing.
that's what washes were for.
Well,
You can use washes too, but you can get different effects. Like you can use chalk to create a different effect, and then over the paint that you wouldn't get with paint or washes, and so to create weathered looks and things like that. So there's like tricks from the terrain modeling hobby into stuff that if you read through their terrain building, it gives you ideas, alternate ways to do stuff.
Like a lot of people use powders, like
I've got these. I sent James some of these. Tamaya, whatever.
Yeah.
They look like eyeshadow or whatever.
And basically is eyeshadow. So.
Right. Well, I actually, of course, my son gives me a whole hell of a lot of hard time for having stuff that looks like eyeshadow. But my friend in Ireland, Armstrong, he actually told me, you can either use pastels to do the same thing, or you can go to the dollar store and buy some eyeshadow and crunch it up and use it for like dirt and things like that. And the powders, they do rock. For certain things, they are the way to go. If you want it to look dirty, as opposed to greasy and grimy with a wash, grab a powder, because they also have snow and soot.
Yeah.
The sets I have 3 of the like 20 different sets, and to be honest, I use them so rarely because I only think to use them on like mechs and robots and vehicles. How about you, nerds? Do you ever use the powders or anything like that?
I have just started experimenting with the powders. I've not done much with them yet, mostly on my 148 scale tanks to add some kind of grime and weathering effects.
Yeah.
What do you think of them? Iffy?
They give really good effect. They're easy to use. It's easy to go too much on them, I think, but so far I really like them.
I have a question.
Sounds like someone's at the bus station or something.
I have a question. Is eyeshadow shadow as a beholder, or did I dismiss the whole discussion here?
No, using eyeshadow for a powder.
He
effect.
made it funny. He made it funny, dude.
Yeah.
He made a joke.
Oh, sorry.
That was such dad. That was so dad that
That was
Shadow
awesome.
didn't get it.
And of course, Al has to chime in with use lead-based enamels, no sealing necessary. We all get what you're trying to do there, man. I thought you were our friend, man, trying to get us to screw up our miniatures.
So
You know
Grandma,
how
I
hard
saw,
that shit is to remove.
I saw an STL. It was, I don't know if you're familiar with the Warhammer orcs, but there's these guys called knobs. They're kind of like the normal orc. Anyway,
No. Not to nobles. They're the nobles.
Oh, the nobles. It was called Knob Ross, and it was this orc, and he was painting like on an easel, like Bob Ross. But he had a
Awesome.
little gray on, and this giant orc, and he's like, ah.
Yeah. I gotta go get some orcs that are and trolls that are different and goblins and stuff. Maybe it was the goblin, OSHA goblin, but I gotta get some fun ones to paint and
Actually,
figure it
El,
out.
I think what you're talking about there, El, is Army Painter. Because Citadel, Reaper, and Army Painter speed paints, they're like ink. They're
just
some
ink.
of the stuff that they're just phenomenal. I
You guys
do
are
use craft paints,
cheating.
but I don't pay. I pay the craft paint price. About $1. Actually, now they're up to like almost $2. I remember when I could get Apple Barrel and folk art for like 79 cents.
Today,
Yeah.
I bought a folk art today. It was $1. It was $1.10 or something.
Really, they're literally like $1.78 at Hobby Lobby and Walmart. The only two places I can find them because I don't like.
That's
to do
just
it.
But those are
Strange.
California prices.
Yeah,
I know.
We know everything's expensive here. California. We're not supposed to really have fun, and
Yet
do
here we
anything that's
are. Come on.
exceptional.
Hey, you guys are allowed to have fun. It just has to come at a very high cost.
No,
Politicians
we're not.
don't
We're
pay
not
themselves.
actually allowed to enjoy our fun.
only
We need to
when
feel
China comes to visit.
guilty
Everybody
all the
gets
time. That's
and your
California.
cities get cleaned up, and there's no
Holy
problem
shit! We thought we
Dude.
had it bad. James L says he's paying $6.95 for Apple Barrel.
What?
No way.
For
Where
like
are
a
you?
big one, right?
Well, he's
in
in
Australia.
Australia. He's in
Come on
Australia.
now. Where are you? Do you have to pay $6?
Australia
That's
is where-
criminal.
He's in
Those
Australia.
aren't real dollars.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Those aren't
yeah, but
Canadian dollars, are they?
which aren't also real dollars.
Well, Aussie dollars would be even worse than Canadian dollars.
Well, the problem is that they have to be on a boat to get over
Yeah.
where he is. So
Yeah.
Okay, James. New plan.
Okay, he's in California. He's in California.
What? $6?
$6. You're getting ripped off, man.
$100 a pouch.
That-
You've got to be freaking kidding me.
Okay, guys. I'm going to tell you how to make powdered wood-based terrain. The powder stuff. I'm going to tell you how to do it. You get it. Go to the thrift store. Get an old electric coffee grinder. Go get your pine shavings. Okay, for animals. All right. I have animals, so I have them around.
Gerbils
Then-
and stuff like that.
Yeah, gerbils and stuff. You just need some pine shavings. Okay.
Sure.
You put that into you put that into the coffee grinder and you just grind away.
The
Grind away.
gerbils?
This is gonna no the pine shavings. And this is going to be your craft blender, your little coffee maker. So you go ahead and put a sticker on it or whatever. Anyway, so you blend that up until you get the fine powder. You get it all out of there, safely. Unplug it first. Get it all out of there. Then you what you're going to do is you're going to put it in a little bowl, put water in there, and actually before you put it in the little bowl, when it's still in its shaved pieces, got to back up here. You're going to put that in water first, and you're going to dye the water with food coloring, the color you want the wood powder to come out. You're going to like soak it overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Then you take it and you dry it. Now you can dry it in the oven at a really low temperature, or you can get a food processor and dry it in the food processor. Okay.
You mean like a
then
dehydrator?
Yeah, a dehydrator. That's what I meant, a dehydrator. And after it's completely dry, then you grind it up in your thrift store coffee thing to the consistency you want. And then you put it in like a little jar, and then you have homemade to the color you want, powdered stuff for your terrain and stuff.
Hey, James, send me a list of colors you need, and I'll send you.
Don't trust him, James, because I asked for one color, and he couldn't.
He wants craft. He wants craft paint. He wants craft paints.
Okay. Hey, you know what? As I offered him a bunch of paints to paint with, and he's so afraid of taking them from me. I have like 80 paints of what's that?
I am.
He doesn't want to end up in some Faustian bargain. He can't.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, what he's afraid of is that when I come back for him, he's like, no, I've become too used to these. I can't give it back.
Too used to them. The bottles will be empty. I mean, like cleaned out, like licked out. Just pure. You could see through the bottles.
You know what? Though I'm going to bring this up. That's better than them not being used at all. That's
hey, you know what? You want to mail them to me? I will be glad to take them off your hands.
I mean, I'll take them if you don't want them.
No, I expect them back at some point, but it's the.
But it's like giving me a ream of paper, right? But I want it back when you're finished with it. Okay.
No. Give me back when I request how much paper you have left.
Where the hell is my soft phone?
If you use 200 pages, I just want the other 300 pages back. That's the way it works. He's laughing, but it's like, look, I have a choice. Either I paint this crap or he paints his own stuff, which I'm going to play over at his place anyway. So, what's the difference? It's just like, at some point it'll come down to, you're so worried about the Faustian bargain. Here's what it really comes down to is, if you have something to clean my airbrush, we're at a plus there.
Just what kind? What was the last thing you used on it?
I don't know. I gave it to my friend when I was in Iraq, and it came back and there was a bunch of black paint inside of it. I'm like, really?
Oh.
Start with paint thinner.
Wow.
If that doesn't work, then
guys, we need to get a care package out to James, man. He not only does he pay $100 for a pack, a pouch of tobacco. I don't know. I pay $20 for a pound.
What would be cheaper is to fly James over here than to fly everything over there.
But you know what? Like James, like down in Australia, or James in California, or
James in Australia.
Oh, in Australia. Okay.
It would be cheaper to fly him here and keep him up, probably for a week or two, than it would be to try sending him all this other stuff there, and then.
No. I'm sending him a Christmas present, and I'm going to throw some other goodies in there. He says he paid $50 for home delivery for 2 burgers and chips and drink.
Why don't you just get off your ass, save $35-$40 and go get a burger?
I'm going to say this much.
He prefers to cook. I'm the same boat. And not eat fast food?
No. Why don't we just do what I did one time, which is we'll get to what Brian did. You invite your friend over who cooks, and he comes over with fajitas and, says, here, man, have some food, and you don't have to pay anything.
That's true. Find a gamer that loves to cook and then invite him over to play.
I was going to say, and what, marry her?
No. Well, the problem is, I think
you guys would like our table. We have people who like to cook, so sometimes, not all the time. So we have had D&D themed dinners.
I used to do that before
part of the game. Yeah.
Pre-COVID,
it's not like they. And none of these people watch. They don't. If you say So you've seen Critical Role. They're going to go, what? What are you talking about? They
Thanks.
don't. They don't watch that. They have no clue. So it's just like we introduced them to role playing games, and then next thing you know, it's like we're doing a themed dinner, and I made this harvest punch because there's going to be druids, and
Druids.
Well,
Oh, God, we got
I
Druid.
mean, RPG Grandma's talking about this, but my friend, which unfortunately only plays online now, and his wife, it was Cobbler and Pancake Bar one time.
oh yeah,
and all sorts of other stuff. And apparently Nerd over here does a big spread as well. So what happens is all of these starving gamers need to, if there are three of us, RPG Grandma, Nerd, and myself, they're going to come over and like, wait a minute, I eat better here than I do during Christmas.
oh no, we do barbecues, everything like that. Like
Exactly.
we also watch football with the same people. So every football game is because this guy used to like do the big tailgate parties. At his so every football game has a themed meal based on the team that's playing against our team.
Who's your team?
Raiders.
The Raiders.
Everything's a giant turkey leg. No, but no. Well,
I can't help it they freaking got moved out of Oakland. Such a shame. Anyway,
Where'd they go?
Don't get her started. Don't get her started.
they're in
they-
Las Vegas now.
Oh, they're in Vegas now? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even watch sports.
At least
When
they
the
got
big-
rid of the sucky coach.
When baseball struck, the professional baseball league struck, I'm like, fuck you guys. I'm done. I'm done with professional
Oh no, I
sports.
haven't watched
I don't give a shit. Greedy fuckers.
baseball in a long time. My team for baseball is Oakland is the Athletics.
I'm going to bring this up. I've got a I think it's a 10-pound brisket I need to cook this weekend. So
Goodness.
No, yum.
Man, if I'm in
I think
town,
we're doing
dude,
enchiladas
I'll
tonight.
call you.
dude, you never call me. You always like, yeah.
Dude, man, weekends are like my family, Mel's off. We gotta go do shit, go to grandma's, all that crazy shit.
You
Do
don't
shit.
even invite me
Yeah,
after
you got-
work. You don't
And it's
even
like
invite me after
Christmas,
work.
dude.
It's-
It's like Christmas time.
Sorry, sorry,
I get
guys,
off work
yeah,
at like
I was
4
actually
o'clock. And you
painting.
don't even
To
invite me.
catch
You
up
know,
with the
it's
folks.
he talks about all these things.
I washed my delicates at that time.
Delicates.
It's the same shirt every.
James says he wants to know everyone to know who he hasn't sent anything to yet. No satanic pact or bad touching is required, really. El says, Grandma, why not just use sawdust from a school wood shop and skip the coffee grinder?
Well, if you got access to the school wood shop, go with the sawdust, man.
Does it
If
have
you
to
got
be?
access to sawdust.
Because I know you're out of school anyways, right, Grandma?
Me? I move around the district in question,
Okay.
and so no, I'm not necessarily. I don't necessarily have access to their.
So what you could do, I know it sounds weird,
But you
but I know
gotta dye that sawdust somehow. Oh, and it's easier to dye the chips than it is to dye the sawdust.
I'm
okay.
gonna bring on one other thing. If you need sawdust, just go to Texas Roadhouse. They have plenty.
Oh,
Go to a
Yeah.
country bar. Go to a country, country line dancing or something. You can probably
Yeah,
find
dude,
some
that
sawdust.
sandwich was so awesome. I had to go make one of my own. I was
Yeah.
talking with James L last night, and he's sitting there whipping up this gourmet sandwich, and I'm just like, it's
Oh,
after
yeah,
10.
good sandwich.
It's after it's like way after dinner here. I'm not supposed to be, snacking. Sure enough, I had to go make a sandwich. Many
Go
more
make a
months
sandwich.
for the Chiefs, and then James L says we beat India in the cricket, and nobody has a clue what that means.
Cricket.
Crickets.
I'm kidding.
Those
Cricket.
little cages.
No, the game
There's a 100-acre cricket
farm.
thing. No, I mean it's no. This isn't for Bill Gates.
Damn cricket.
But
farm.
it's a cricket field over in Houston. In Houston, they have like 100 acres for cricket.
Yeah, they play cricket out here, and rugby too.
And Mini Warmut's asking you, Brian. So Brian, when do you have time to actually game?
Dude, okay, let's look at Brian's his entire channel. He's opening up some shit, and then on my channel, it's bitching and battle reports. Come on, Brian. You know I got you beat on battle reports, dude. You know.
Yeah, I think we've done like 1, maybe 2. We do game reviews after we've played them, but battle reports, that's something we haven't.
But no, guys,
but
serious. Mutt's great. It's like if you want to see like him open his mail, he'll do a video. If he's like gonna open up a package of chips, watch him. They're great. He'll show you what the package of Cheetos looks like.
Hey, I saw you opening up Cheetos the other day, man.
Did I?
Well, not
It's
Cheetos.
salt and vinegar potato chips at our crisps at our place, man.
Not me.
For the folks.
Yeah, when you got all that stuff from Japan, and I was making milk.
Oh, that's right. I got all that Japanese stuff. That was pretty wild.
And I was grossing out Mel. That was hysterical.
Okay. Anybody else had curry French fries? Because curry French fries are good.
I've never even had.
Oh, that
curry.
sounds really good. What type
Curry
of curry
is yeah.
It depends on the curry.
Yeah, curry.
Well,
curry,
the curry
name of it just sounds wrong to me.
Well, obviously, pick a curry you like would be my suggestion. Because
Well,
there's
look,
different.
I don't even know
types
what
of
curry is. Is it like a pastry, a sandwich?
It's
Well,
a
I don't even know
sauce.
what it is.
It's like a
It's
sauce. It's
an
like a flavoring.
Indian sauce. So
You mean
so
like,
you
you
put
mean like
that.
ketchup?
No,
ketchup is
usually you have like
terrible.
chicken and vegetables in it, and it's spicy.
It'd be like a
If you could just see
salsa,
my
maybe.
facial
Kind of like a
expression giving you
salsa.
daggers of hate for ketchup. No, I actually like curry, and I think it would be really good. But my favorite is probably barbecue sauce with instead of ketchup for French fries. That I like, especially if you use a seasoned French fries. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like steak
Well,
fries.
some people like the
No, not
like
steak
the
fries.
beef.
I like shoestrings myself.
Oh, okay.
Some
Yeah,
people
yeah,
like
same.
gravy.
Well, you know
On
what?
their
Though I
French
cannot
fries.
find. I buy my frozen French fries like in the 5-pound bag, and for the last year, shoestring fries have just been nope. Nobody's got them. Don't know what the
It's
hell.
weird what you can get and can't get. It's so weird.
I don't
Like-
know what they're trying to accomplish. All they have to do. I mean, it's not like they're running out of potatoes yet.
Right.
All they have to do is just
Did
run.
the plant- Well, they had all those plants burned down. Was one of the plants that burnt down? It was the only one in the nation that makes shoestring potatoes for the French
so
fries
rare.
for the public, and not McDonald's. What happened?
McDonald's doesn't use shoestring.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're going to make good French fries, you have to use the old style McDonald's where they use beef tallow. You can't just use it.
That beef tallow is their
It's good
is
shit.
their secret.
It used to be. They stopped doing it after people didn't realize that it really wasn't vegan or vegetarian, and so they switched it over to the regular oil.
Oh, sorry guys.
Sounds like a little yapper dog. They're like a Chihuahua or
The Chihuahua.
where's Nerd at? Nerd, what's going on, girl? Come on. Nerd she has the podium for the next 10 minutes. I want to hear what's going on in Nerd World. Don't say nothing.
She's probably cooking or something and just listening in the back.
You just assume because she's a girl she's cooking. You pig.
Hey, just because you starve, some of us are making.
Shit,
Just
I'm
for
hardly
you.
starved.
Just for you bastard. What does that look like?
Oh, I don't know, dude.
Okay, I can talk now. They've settled.
It's
They've all settled down.
I've got a ribeye with a bone-in ribeye for
Bone
dinner.
in.
Yeah, I just have to seal it up.
Have they
I
finished
got
that? Oh, go ahead.
3 dogs here. I got 3 dogs here: German Shepherd, West Highland mix, and some other kind of mix, terrier mix. So
That's cool.
I got. Yeah. People can't break in without me knowing.
Get yourself some geese. Put them out in the front yard.
Oh no,
Well, I had-
get
I had a goose.
Guineas are great.
I had a
Guinea.
goose. The goose was awesome. When my adult children were in for they wanted pets. You know, they want the zoo, right? That's a kid thing. And so we put them in 4-H, and we put one in poultry and one in rabbits. And so we got chickens and ducks and geese. And we consented to the geese because we put all the animals outside the kids' bedrooms. We built the animal area out over there, and then they got some mini goats and stuff, right? So all those animals were on their side, close to their bedroom windows, all right? Because we knew they would grow up, and at some point, I want to go to
Sick
this
of 'em.
party, and we'd be no, and then they'd be, I'm just gonna sneak out.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So sure enough, the age came where suddenly we were having on a regular basis when we said no to stuff, a raccoon and skunk and possum problem because they would try to sneak out. The goose would go off. That would set off all the chickens and the goats and then the dog.
It's crazy.
And then
Thank
we
you,
would
Grandma.
keep them up, working on making sure everything was secure in the dark with flashlights for like hours because obviously a raccoon tried to get in. And
Yeah.
we never told them that we knew that they were trying to sneak out.
That's funny.
Never. And my son one day, after he's an adult, he's at the house and he's like, I hated that goose. You can bribe a dog. You can't bribe a goose. I go, he goes, if you know, that's the only reason we could never sneak out. And I'm like, well, you know, we did that on purpose. And he goes, what?
That's
Hey,
funny.
what's up, Hungar? How you doing, brother? Hey,
Hungar.
nerds,
What's up,
are
dude?
you even there? Are you even there, nerds?
So Mutt, if you want to know a guy who games like a madman, it's Hungar. That guy's always gaming something.
Hi, Hungar.
Charles says my local Walmart market grocery hasn't had coffee creamer for weeks. Somebody someplace decided they should not be carrying it. That's
Oh my God.
Well, you know what? Just get some heavy whipping cream and then put in some, other flavors, and you're done. No, it's
Don't drink coffee.
okay.
There you
Big
go.
announcement. Big announcement.
Uh-oh.
Mini Warmut says shameless plug. I will have my great mini paint challenge video up hopefully tomorrow. I will explain the simple rules, etc. Do the 100 minis on my table that I'm currently painting now qualify, or do I got to like start brand new crap?
No, it has to be brand new, dude.
Ah, shit.
Can't be
I
like,
better hurry
oh,
up.
I haven't
think
primed
Brian
these
said
or
you can
anything. I'm
prime
sitting
her.
here
You can
trying to make
prime
them look decent.
Okay, then I'll get this bad boy on in the
Before I try to
works.
put paint on them, and then all the flaws will pop out once you start painting.
on New Year's, I'm gonna do a video where I'm gonna make a challenge, a 2024 challenge. Where, listen, guys, it's like the painting challenges are cool and they're a lot of fun, right? But we're gamers. We need to start gaming more, and we need to show
yes,
the
we
world
need to.
us gaming. It's not enough to just game. You gotta like game, and you gotta show the world that you're doing it.
and as I say this, and he's like, "I'm too busy. I can't game with you."
Dude,
He's
look
like
at my
15
channel.
minutes
I got
away.
a shit ton of battle reports, dude.
No,
This is one of,
You,
well,
James, you want back in?
this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about was you got different scales of minis, right? You also have different materials. You have this stuff. You have the plastic flat ones now that are
There he is.
the whatever
You got
those
your
are
finger
called,
left?
the
Is it live?
sandies, I guess. And then you got the paper minis, and then you got different scale sizes. And depending on what you're doing, you should be open to actually and you got tokens to probably doing mixed medium. I mean, if suddenly you need 20 of something, you're not gonna, and you really need that. You really want that out on where people can see a 20 whatevers. Then you need to use like tokens or something you can quickly put together, like a paper mini of the same thing.
No,
and so you can just
minis.
get it out
Look at all that shit.
if you don't have that something. You know what I'm saying? And then scale is another thing too. I mean, these are good for, moving around and stuff on a big enough space, but sometimes having smaller scales is more useful for certain things.
Yeah.
Like let's say you decide somebody did it. I saw the pictures of it. They built. I'm thinking it was Hamlet. I think that's what they built.
A what?
And
The
Hamlet,
village of Hamlet.
the village of Hamlet. And but they instead of, I think that's the village. It was one of the D&D villages because there's been a few. And what they did was they made it really small scale. Like they didn't build in this scale. They used as their scale starting size the Monopoly buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, and then they modified the Monopoly buildings. Okay, and they made a three-dimensional map of the town this way, painted up with little terrain and stuff. So then they could put that out for when their party, when the players were in the town. So the players could just be like, "Oh yeah, I want to go here," and it was cool. I saw photographs of the thing, and it was cool.
Even in a
It's
war
a
game,
good idea.
even in a war game, you can use terrain from like the next scale down, as long as you put it up on like a hill.
Never.
Or something.
Never. I am so
Ah.
OCD that if it's
I don't
not
know
O
about that.
scale, 140. Okay, so I can live from 143 to 150. That's it. Anything diverse from that, it's just too much. I can't do it.
Well, what I'm
I
saying is
like
when
smaller
you can,
scales, but it's more of a
I've got-
proposition when you're doing them in like metal. It's more of a commitment.
got-
It's less of a commitment
Right.
when you can print off the terrain for like that.
Yeah, well,
scale.
that's the thing. I don't role play with minis. I do the little pawns, the little cardboard ones,
Sure.
because
Yep.
you cannot replicate what you have to in every scene.
Am
on
I the
mini.
only one
You'll go
drinking?
broke.
Am I the only one drinking beer on this stream now? It's so hot. I've finally cracked. I never ever
Oh, it's
drink, but it's
cold and
literally
rainy,
that
yeah.
hot.
I
It's
learned a
literally
long
that
time
hot
ago
now.
never to drink when I
Yeah.
hobby because it gets messy. I don't like to repaint shit.
I've already
I do not
done things
repaint
today.
I'm
things.
working with
so-
sharp objects. I should avoid the
Yeah.
adult beverages.
Yeah. I
I'm
almost
not a drinker,
never ever
but-
drink, but it's so hot. It is so damn hot right
Enjoy
now.
it, dude.
Okay,
Um,
in celebration of James and his heat and his finger survival, I'll go make a gin and tonic. I'll be right back.
Hey, James.
All right.
Nice.
James,
Nice.
you better use good gin and the good tonic.
Bombay
it's all the
Sapphire. That's
same.
what I use.
Okay.
James.
All right. Excellent.
James,
Yeah.
hold on, James. Mini Warmut, I don't know if you've subbed to him, but he says he's doing a drawing that will Australians in the drawing. So make sure you check out his challenges coming up.
You know,
And,
I think I actually do subscribe, so I'll go and have a look at that for sure.
I
I mean,
looked up.
I remember.
um,
I've never spoken to Mini Walmart, but I know that he does like he's got a really big output, especially on the wargaming front and on the skirmish front. So yeah, we'll have a look at that for sure.
when I was when I was a kid, teenager, I got to go aboard an Australian frigate, and one day I was musing like, hey, maybe I should,
So what were you
get a
doing in
model.
Australia? What were you doing in Australia 5 years ago?
I wasn't
Did you
in
go
Australia. The frigate was here.
You
in the
said when
United
you were
States.
you said when you were a teenager.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yep. I was a teenager. Yep. I got to go on this Australian frigate, and it was a gorgeous frigate, by the way. It
Hey,
has since been turned into a reef. But I was going to build a model of it, and I wanted to build it accurately, so I can get like the base model for it here in the United States for that particular ship design. But then I have to get the modifying kit for how it was modified for the Australian Navy. And so I looked into doing that because I figured the Aussies would have that kit. And sure enough. And then I looked how much it would cost to get it and have it shipped to the United States, this little modification kit with the decals and the, and the few pieces I would need.
It's
And I
pretty
went,
crazy. I mean, I do
"Holy-"
buy stuff. I do buy stuff from the US, and I do pay a little bit of a premium overall, but it's not so bad when you're ordering from like a big stockist like Amazon or whatever. When someone's sending you something as an individual, though, like it is a pain. Like it is expensive.
Yeah, I looked
I
all
don't know
around.
why. I don't know why. Because England, I can get stuff from England for like $4.
I
You know
was
what
like,
I
going,
mean? Like,
okay,
and it's
who,
just
who
as
do I
far.
know who can get me this kit? And then, like, through a sequence of events, get it to the United States.
Well, just get the link to me. I'll do some research.
Oh,
I'll research it
I'll have
quickly.
to go look it up again. Which
All right,
kit I need? But I was like, this would be fun. I actually been on the boat, you know.
Mm, mm.
So I made Mel a gin and well, she's drinking some gin and juice. So a double gin and tonic in a pint glass. That's how I drink my
Nice.
gin. So
Nice.
say hi to everybody. No?
Hi,
Hi.
hi.
What's up, Mel?
Felicitations. Congratulations, Mrs. Bryan.
I know.
Congrats.
She hasn't regretted it yet. So
Well, there's still time.
that's true. There's always
I
time.
kind of got tired of his shit today, though. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all. Y'all have
It's part of the training process.
Ooh. You gonna sleep in your game room?
Oh man, you heard that shit.
Hey, don't encourage him.
I know. I know. It's like all my stuff is here.
Well, listen, little lady, I don't take advice from anybody who isn't forklift certified.
Actually, she is.
Oh,
She's
awesome.
forklift. She's a electric pallet jack. She's
Nice.
Awesome.
other
Another lady of action.
So she works at Reynolds. They're the guys who make like Reynolds wrap and hefty bags, like trash bags. And she was a machine operator for like 4 years. Now she's a manager.
So I'm gonna
Hey,
bring
what
this up.
happened to Nerds? She just bounced.
Well,
Nerds,
she's
you wanna
probably
come back
busy
in
doing
here?
something. I mean, people
Yeah,
do that
and,
live.
and we're pretty chaotic. It's hard to get a word in edgewise sometimes.
Wait a minute. Brian, this is what Brian does. At night, he has to sleep in his game room. Otherwise, he's going to wither and die, just like
True.
a vampire.
I roll
having to have his
around
soil.
in all my
he
minis.
has to bring his soil from his earth, but in this case, he has to bring his resin. So that's
That's
how.
right.
No, I mean,
I know Omen has at least thought of this. Like, probably when you're younger, like you have these armies and shit, and you're like, when I die, I'm gonna be buried with this shit because I'll be damned if someone's gonna be taking my armies. You know what I
Well,
mean?
emperors were buried with their little mini armies. Were they not?
That's
You
true.
could do it like a Chinese.
Oh,
You could do
Mac,
it like a
that
Chinese
sounds
emperor.
awesome.
With a pharaoh, you know?
Have them
Pharaoh
all
had their
lined
little
up like
people.
have
hey,
them all lined up like terracotta warriors, like around your grave.
Yeah. And there's
Hey,
Egyptian pharaohs with the scribes and everything, their little desks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
hey, Brian. I
Yeah.
never thought of that because I never thought I was going to die. No, I'm just.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, no, actually, what it come down to is like I just assumed that they would, be guarding my tomb. I put them in there with the two lines, and we make a giant World War I Verdun.
There you
It's
go.
like, like, hey guys, we're gonna do a 15 millimeter scale Verdun. And
Okay. Now, if you were a
Well,
billionaire, who would have the Tomb of Horrors recreated or some other similar type dungeon recreated so you could have the last room could be your tomb room?
This is what I would recreate. Two things. One would be the
I could
Alamo.
do some horrors.
I would
I don't know where I'm
recreate
going to
the
get a spear of
Alamo.
annihilation though.
Hold on. I would recreate the Alamo in 1/28 scale. Okay. And
Mhm.
the
Okay.
second one would be the Reichstag, the whole Reichstag. So I can just like have the Battle of Berlin, dude, between the Soviets.
oh geez, wait a
German.
minute.
Awesome.
You got to have the those anti-aircraft towers they put out there.
Oh yeah, the flak
Oh,
tower.
yeah.
That would be cool.
Oh, and the ones that they couldn't even destroy during the
Yeah.
Battle of Berlin. They
You
You
they
do
only
the
got them out.
Reichstag. You do the Reichstag, but you soak all of the furniture in LSD to like make it real for the people
Like,
who are
whoa.
involved.
Come after. They pick up one mini.
Mac is looking for the elusive phylactery recipe to lich it out at the end.
Oh
Nice.
yeah, the flak.
No,
You want at
see-
least one person. You want at least one person in the group really believing that it truly is all over.
So one of the new forbidden words for WotC is the phylactery because it's taking from Jewish culture. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, wait. Are they gonna get rid of the golem as
What?
well? Are they gonna get rid of the golem?
Exactly.
You know, here's what gets me. Is,
Dumb.
hey,
What are they
guys,
going to do next? Get rid of fractional reserve banking? Like, oh my god.
Yeah, no shit. Hey, that's actually a good idea.
Hey, here's what gets me is they act like, oh, we're being more culturally sensitive. I'm like, how is erasing someone's culture that would actually cause people to learn more about it?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I love. It's like, we're gonna get rid of all of the Native American symbols. I'm like, do you realize that you're literally whitewashing all of their
They
culture?
did that with
No, they're making, yeah. We were talking about this. See, my game table, despite what people may look like, is actually a mix of European and Native American tribes. So we have a couple different tribes represented at in our play group, and we were talking about the fact that this lack of, erase everything to protect it means that now we're just left with Western Europe.
Yeah, it's like what?
And not even like a kind of fantasy Western
Like-
Europe where the plumbing is
Yeah,
great.
What is that?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
What they call it white? What they call it white generosity or some bullshit? Like, oh, we're doing
Yeah,
this.
well,
for
no,
you,
and
Ben.
we were like,
Some
the
bullshit. You're like,
conclusion at our table was, for all this talk about white supremacy being everywhere and being indicative and being embedded into the culture,
A lot of
well, then
people
why are
say,
you creating a situation where that's the only thing you're allowed to learn about or draw on?
a lot of people say that fantasy creatures like have anti-Semitic overtones or anti-black overtones or whatever. But I'm like, what does it say about you if you're making that association in your head? Like,
Right.
you think
Because
that like
nobody did that when I was a kid. Nobody.
Jewish people are all like X,
we were
black
kids.
people are all like Y. Like, it's
we
just
didn't-
not a very,
We
like,
saw the Hobbit. What do you call it? The Hobbit cartoon, right?
yeah.
We didn't read Tolkien. We were kids. I mean, I'm going to be serious. Nobody I knew read Tolkien as a little kid. Okay.
I tried. I
was
wasn't
like 14.
very successful until I was.
Yeah, I did it as an adult. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But it's like trying to read Beowulf as a little kid.
Yeah,
It
Lord
might
of
be
the
a bit of
Rings
a
is a
challenge
tough
there.
nut to crack, like until you're kind of a teenager, I reckon. Like, unless you're
Right.
pretty,
Yeah,
pretty
they're old
onto it.
enough. Right.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like we had access because we weren't in a college class to talk smack about Tolkien. To the letter that they all point to as him being racist. There's one letter that he
I
talks
don't
about.
think Tolkien.
orcs
I
should
don't
look-
think Tolkien was like that at all. Like,
One letter, and he's trying to explain what orcs look like. And okay,
yeah.
so to his editor. So this isn't like something that went in the newspaper. Okay, didn't go on social media. So you have to have access to that, and I didn't find out about that until last year. So because I never took a class that was on Tolkien.
I think he had a fairly like egalitarian, Roman Catholic, British, classical, liberal view of the world. I think what he hated.
I think he did too.
I think what he hated was like the kind of industrialization and kind of Starbucksification, like before that was even a thing of the world. The kind of fact that you could go anywhere and hear English and see like technology and ways of life standardized. That the traditional modes of being were disappearing.
So unless you had access to that, you wouldn't know. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So you just imagine orcs as the way they were described in like your monster manual or something, right?
Or you just broadly understand them to be like degenerated elves in
Aren't they
Tolkien's
fucking
case.
green?
Or you
I don't
have the
know of
Games
any
Workshop
green-
idea of them as like fungus guys that love war.
Right. Well, they
yeah.
became green in the D&D cartoon. I think
What's
that's
up,
when they became
Nathan?
green. Before
Hey,
that, they were just like
Sinner.
the colors a pig could be because they were pig people.
Mhm.
They're mutant pig people, okay? So, Miss Piggy is their goddess. So you wouldn't know that, so you wouldn't make that connection at all. There'd be no connection because no one's come along and poisoned your mind.
Yeah.
But now we all go to college and get our minds poisoned to look for the current thing that's hiding behind everything.
The
Okay.
underlying negativity.
Hey,
the
that's all the
underlying
modern people
negativity.
going
Yeah.
to college. There are those of us who actually got a real education at college, didn't get indoctrinated with that crap.
Okay.
No, I,
Well,
I
that's what I'm
hope-
getting at.
I had a crack at the university thing, but it was just very expensive for what I was getting
So,
out of
I-
it.
you know,
so
I-
I was like,
Yeah, well,
This
yeah,
isn't-
I made
this
the dean's
doesn't
list and all that good stuff
I
every
was
year,
like,
but you know, this
this
got too
isn't going to help
expensive
me
for
earn
me.
money.
it won't.
Yeah.
And
So I didn't
and
last very long.
so I never looked at orcs as representing humans in
No.
no, they're their own thing. And so then I read an article at some point. They represent
That's what you
African
get for
Americans.
reading
I'm like,
articles.
what?
That's bull.
Yeah, that's what you get for reading an
It
article.
was for
Then
clickbait.
I went and watched the
Clickbait.
video where I found out about Tolkien's letter, and I went, what? So they don't represent they represent like the Mongolian horde or something? Because I was trying to figure it out. Then I opened up something, and it's a big article about how they represent Native Americans. Okay, so as of right now, they represent everybody. Okay.
I think Tolkien
But
would be more
fuck Asians.
sympathetic to the Native Americans than the settlers, probably.
Oh,
Right.
definitely.
So
I-
I
Took that concept
I-
right out of World of Warcraft.
What, Mac? You're a little low. Can you repeat
Oh, hang
that?
on.
Oh, what's up, Mac?
RPG Game, I just want to bring
Brother,
up
what
one
are you
thing.
doing?
It was purely for clickbait. It was like one or two people that said it, and after that they said, "Oh, because someone wrote an article about it, we have to remove it."
Yeah.
That's what it really came down to. It wasn't even a big group. It was like one or two people that did
no,
it.
it just takes
Mm-hmm.
one or two people to like, come piss in everyone's Cheerios. And those one and two people are suddenly empowered, and everybody else has to suffer.
Well, I mean,
But they're the ones pissing in everyone's Cheerios.
the
Have
big
you
news right now is
recreated
what
my court
Goodman. Goodman did the exact same thing. There was like 20 people saying some bullshit, and they changed their entire like.
Well, and you know what?
Yeah, they changed it back though, Brian. I just heard.
Oh, they
from
did?
Ken Clark. They're bringing.
Yeah.
They're gonna bring
Next
back,
edition, the names are going back in. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they got too
Yeah.
much flack for it.
Well, Doctor Who's gay now, apparently. Shadow told me
What?
about that the other day. I was like, oh, that's surprising, but also not really surprising.
not really surprising
Well,
anymore.
they
Nothing
were
is.
gay, like, they alluded to that like several seasons ago. Like him and
Yeah, they've been.
Captain Chucklehead or whatever his name is. I like that
Yeah,
character.
Captain Chucklehead.
Captain Chucklebutt.
Chucklebutt.
Yeah.
That's it. Captain
Yeah.
Chap Cheeks.
Well,
Captain,
here's
Captain,
what gets me.
Snufflebutt.
Well, here's what gets me. They want to pretend diversity is just throwing someone up there with a different skin color instead of actually trying to go over like, why aren't you inviting someone from Brazil or India?
Sir, if you're really,
South Africa.
if you're really a
I mean,
lesbian,
if you're
prove
gonna
it.
do
Like, I'm
diversity-
paying for this service.
No. If you're gonna be doing that whole diversity thing,
Wow,
bring
James.
someone really diverse. Stop bringing in someone that is basically just a boring clone. Oh, did you see the remember the one lady when they brought her out? I can now play a D&D character that represents me. I'm like, there is something called Oriental Adventures. You harpy.
You Oriental adventurer.
Which are totally based on every kung fu movie I ever saw that came out of China by
I'm
Chinese.
waiting.
Wait,
I'm waiting for,
how many of us
And they
when
make some
Oriental
great
Adventures came out
movies,
playing
When's
whatever
Vengeance
was there?
Satanis?
Well, one at a
When's
time,
Vengeance
guys.
Satanis gonna do Oriental Adventures?
Is that any better?
Oh, that's great. I'll send that to him, man.
Yeah,
Which one?
yeah.
Occidental. We need to do Occidental Adventures.
You got to hear about Shadow's clip, like his skit that he's gonna do with hiring wargame opponents from outside Home Depot.
Well, you got. It gets silly at some point because the ignorance factor is so high. So when they made the orcs Native Americans, I looked over and I started talking to people who have played D&D. So one person, since he was a kid, who's Native American, and I go, so they say you can't have orcs do this and that anymore because they're Native American. And he got so mad about that racist bullshit.
They
They're
need
calling their
something.
people pigs.
They need something to rail against. They need something to rail against because
And
ultimately,
and then he's like, mine or Cords will continue to wreak chaos across the world of Greyhawk.
Well. Here's what it really comes down to, and you'll notice that these companies are going under because of it. They were looking for clickbaits. They tried doing it. It's always someone like Jezebel, and now look where Vice and Jezebel and all these others that were Kotaku, Polygon. They're laying off people left and right, and now whether people like it or not, they're just using AI to write the same articles.
Even people who are more open to that sort of thing and like read that kind of thing, like, are getting sick of it. I think even they're starting to notice the kind of outrage cycle, and kind of go, I don't actually have to participate in this because none of it's real, and I can just
it's like
how the hell is cyberbullying? How the hell is cyberbullying real? Just walk away from the computer. Just close your eyes.
Just walk away. Yeah, just ignore them. It used to be the fun thing to put on the internet was your really bad thesis papers from women's studies about how every male author from the 1800s was a sexist, jerk and didn't write anything good, and from the early 1900s and from the 1920s.
I think
that was the thing.
I think a lot of male writers are actually quite bad at writing female characters, but that's because they project onto them their own ideals and stuff like that.
But I mean, the one I read that just made me go, "Did you read the same book?"
I think modern authors are probably like less nuanced. I think people aren't well read enough to be like cast the kind of like criticisms that they do. They're like, Tolkien is a racist because of this one piece of evidence, and I'm going to ignore all these other cumulative pieces of evidence that show that it's actually more complicated.
Well, that was like the stuff on Edgar Rice Burroughs that I read that said that he was like all kinds of horrible things based on.
The man from the past had bigoted opinions.
Our founding fathers had slaves. What?
What?
Yeah.
People did terrible things.
George Washington used to roger the black skull he made? Well, I would have.
Yeah,
hey,
right.
Squirrel, welcome to the show, brother. Everybody say hi to Squirrel.
You gotta shake your head. And they go and they'll go on and on about a European empire, and then you look at them and go, so tell me about how the Aztec Empire was nice.
Look,
It's Zulus. If you put
and we had better hats and better uniforms.
Right. I said, anytime you see the word empire attached to anybody's name from any part of the planet, somebody is getting murdered, killed, sold into slavery, tortured, put into a work gang. They're not having a good day. They're being oppressed. Anytime you see empire, somebody's resources are getting taken. Okay, and in some cases,
a lot of the people ruling over them. A lot of the people ruling over them are paying serious money to have the same things done to them in a controlled environment.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
There's a website upon website for that.
But
not that I would know.
But it's like are you not aware of the atrocities committed globally by people who look vastly different than each other? How can you not know this?
Guys, let's face it. It's only a matter of time before they actually ban swords and daggers in Dungeons and Dragons. The way things are going, it's just a matter of time before they just,
And that's why we need to give the nice people like Emperor's Choice big hugs, because they're not going to do that to us.
You'll still be able to throw like a double-ended dildo at someone from like 6 feet away or whatever.
Exactly. It's like it's so askewed. It's like, especially in America, it's like you can show on TV people's getting chopped up into pieces, getting blown up, getting whatever, but you show a tit, it's beyond the pale. It's just like that in D&D. It's so hypocritical. It's like you can't use the word savage or whatever it is, right? But you have bastard swords, and you got like
wait a minute.
acid and spells.
Cleaving people and Twain.
We've got to mention this much. If WotC was smart, all the weapons would be Nerf.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nerf weapon.
Well, no, because who
Does
owns
0
WotC?
damage.
Who owns WotC? Hasbro. Who
I know.
owns Nerf? Hasbro.
They do make Nerf battle axes and stuff. I mean, they should really
They
be
do.
pushing the
I
whole
nearly-
Nerf
I
thing.
nearly bought one the other week. I nearly bought it.
When they outlawed in California putting shotguns in the gun rack in your pickup truck, there's a guy around here that put the Nerf battle axes in his.
Yeah, like they should. I know they do like Minecraft ones. I nearly bought one the other week that like shoots darts. I was like, I really don't need this, but like I kind of want
But
it.
it's cool.
I kind of want
When has that ever stopped us from buying anything? I'm looking
Yeah,
at
yeah.
you know,
Remember
boxes
this
and
guy?
boxes of minis.
They do
Oh,
have Dungeons
God.
and Dragons themed like Nerf crossbows and stuff like that. I know they do that.
I just use a real crossbow. That's funny.
I got 3.
I got a real English longbow.
I live in
I
Australia,
got-
so I have to write a letter to the Crossbow Association, and then the Minister for Crossbows will look at it in 1 to 18 months. When the Minister
I
for
can have
Inquiry
a
into the
crossbow,
Department
but
of
I can't-
Crossbows will lose the
I
application.
can't have a blowgun.
Why not? I've got one.
Blowguns are illegal in the state of California.
Since when? I've had mine like 25 years. They
They've
forgot to
been
send me-
illegal. They made them illegal. Like I don't know, a while back.
They forgot
That's
to-
why
they
you
forgot
can't.
to
That's why
send
you
me-
can't order Cold Steel blowguns and have them shipped to California.
Oh man, I'm in some
'Cause they're
trouble.
afraid-
I guess we'll have to turn it into something.
They're afraid of people picking up hollow tubes and putting a little thing in there and doing drive-by blowgun attacks. I guess.
Yeah, because that's been such a huge issue in Los Angeles.
Yeah, such a big one.
Way to
I
go,
bought a
California.
slingshot.
One
I
of
mean,
the easiest
it's
things
kind of
to
a home
make.
defense weapon, right? Like, I have,
Actually,
like-
the slingshot's illegal in New York.
Well, I ended up using all my slingshot balls for like paint, like dropper
Oh,
bottle
bullets?
mixes in the end. Anyway, yeah, I was like, these are better for this. I don't have anything that I need
Yeah,
shooting.
New York made the slingshot illegal. You can have all the parts, but they can't be put together.
Oh,
Then you
okay.
get
What's the
arrested.
freaking point? What's the freaking point?
I mean, do you guys like even give a shit about the law? I don't. Fuck. If I want to do something, if it's illegal, I don't give a fuck.
I have to get care because of my job.
I try to
know
follow
these
the law,
things.
but if the law is like really stupid or immoral, like I don't really care as much. Like they're just getting
Because
around to like
It
legalizing
just has to do with
cannabis
all
in
my
this country,
certificates
that's
and
never
stuff.
stopped
There's
me.
actually 2 people whose job is to make sure that I follow all the laws and all the little rules, or no worky for me.
Okay, Brian, Mini Warmut, if you're out there, this is what I'm going to do for the paint challenge.
Ooh,
What is it?
that's interesting.
Well, you got to look at the screen.
Iron Maiden.
Dude, they don't
Brian?
even have the Aces High pilot. What the fuck?
I know, but they've got Undead Eddie, Samurai Eddie, Pharaoh Eddie, Reaper Eddie, Trooper Eddie, Cyborg Eddie. Hold on. Box number 2.
They don't have the
Cyborg.
pilot, Eddie.
Asylum Eddie, Mummy Eddie, Shaman Eddie, Bounty Hunter Eddie, Bassist Eddie, Killer Eddie.
What
I
scale
want
is
half,
those?
Eddie. I want half.
Yeah,
Fear
Killer
Eddie,
Scale are
Wicker,
those?
Wicker Eddie, and then in a single solitary box, which is kind of retarded. The original Eddie, I guess, wasn't that from Killers? But they
Killers.
have
They had
Killers.
the one with hair.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a blast. So that gives me 3. Nine.
Is
Okay,
that
that's
cool
15
mini or
mini.
not?
That's 15. Yeah, that's cool mini or not. It was like $100 for, what did I say, like 13 some odd. Wait,
I'm not a fan of them.
I don't mind them. I like Zombie Fight.
15 minis for $100 including shipping.
Wow.
And,
That is rather expensive.
it's a little expensive, but it was Iron
Fucking
Maiden,
A.
so yeah.
Iron Maiden.
Oh, okay, Minnie, you're in there. All right,
You
yeah.
got it.
So I'm
Yeah.
beside Eddie. Yeah. I've
He did
actually-
a box opening.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we want to drool over your Iron Maiden minis.
I could be real ambitious and go for the entire Wild West Zombicide set, but no, I've got the Dungeons and Lasers minis coming in the next month or two, so I don't want to get stuck into something really big. So my contribution will be, kind of small, but after January, I'll have 500 minis I have to assemble. So you're gonna have to make a build a mini challenge instead of a paint mini challenge, because there ain't no way I'm gonna get 500 minis done.
I'm gonna tell you straight. You need to stop buying minis. That's even more minis than I buy, and I buy a lot of minis. That's crazy.
I probably buy about 2,000 minis a year.
Listen.
Holy.
Look, I mean, Shadow, you and Mutt need to start a help group, because you and Mutt. I mean, Mutt buys everything, dude.
Mutt, what about Cal? Cal's in here somewhere lurking.
Okay. Well, I admit I would buy everything if I had the money to do it, but I don't. So and
you know what, Grandma, I got a raise this year. So
you got a raise?
I got a raise.
All right, guys, I'm going to head off a bit.
See ya.
Okay,
All right, man, take it easy, Omen.
Good night, Omen.
Oh, hey, Omen.
Too late. Too late.
I got about a $15,000 a year raise this year, so I'm gonna,
okay.
or at least that's what I'm expecting. It's still in negotiations, and mind you, I'm retired, but if it works out, then I'm gonna be up to here. I'm gonna be doing the show with boxes stacked all around me.
It's all on.
Actually, I was thinking about
Mini madness.
I'm probably gonna, buy more books and other things that we were talking about earlier, as opposed to thousands of miniatures. I need to find a storage solution.
I've
Well,
been
that's
struggling.
it too. I mean,
I've been
Go ahead.
struggling a little bit lately, but I'm getting a pay rise early next year, and that's when my Romans v Gaul is going to get out of control. It's going to get huge. I've already got my bolt thrower and my heroes and some Celtic cavalry on the way, and next year it's going to be insane. I'm going to be doing lots of ancients, lots of Renaissance, and lots of fantasy and sci-fi, and then I will create a channel. I do have a channel. It's parked. There's just nothing on there yet.
Well, James, as soon as you put the word out, you'll probably get I think you need 50 subscribers to do live streams, and as soon as you do, I'll put the word out and get you up to that 50. In like
The
a
main
week.
thing that I'm keen on doing is battle reports to show people different rules and stuff.
yeah, battle
like that.
reports are cool. I mean,
Yeah.
with the way we did our battle report from the Metamorphosis Alpha game was we did the safety tools video.
Mhm.
Because if you
And,
listen, we're talking about coping with character death. Obviously, somebody died.
I really enjoy watching other people play games and kind of work story elements and After Effects and things into the
Yeah.
game sound and stuff.
You better watch
The
mine,
table.
right?
I'm not going to be able to get them to go in with getting filmed while they're playing, but
Yeah,
cameos, things like that, they'll do.
Do you watch my show, James?
I have watched a few of yours. The last thing I watched was basically the ladies who shoot their lunch. Your World War II pulpy scenario.
Oh, that was
yeah.
fantastic, dude. You need to do more stuff like
Which
that.
one was it?
The ladies' gun club.
Oh yeah, the ladies crochet and gun club.
Yeah.
I think that's my favorite so far, to be honest.
Yeah, I enjoyed,
I'll
I
have to go
enjoyed
watch
that.
that.
Squirrel says you
because
get
I
more
have-
bang for your buck with 15 mil. I
Yeah,
agree.
you get more. You
Yep.
definitely get more figures. I like painting them. It's much faster, but I still love 28. 28 is just really nice.
That's the pulp. That's the adventure serial scale, in my opinion. That's where you can
Yeah.
see the adventure in the game. Each guy can be his individual and do their own shit and have this fantastic game. 15 gets too small. It loses that personality, in my opinion. But
well, you know, I made a really nice 15/18 mil scale portable dungeon in a box using a magnetic chess set, and I'm telling you, man, when you know, like Squirrel, who's always traveling, you know, if he was to be gaming and you know grab himself one of those cheap, you know, knockoff Jenga sets, some magnets, and some of his, you know, characters and whatnot, you know, he could probably play solo dungeon games on the road. Squirrel, if you haven't seen that, I think it was like a 2-part video in our craft series. Seriously, I can pack, because I've seen, you know, how you pack your stuff for, you know, travel. And if you guys haven't seen what Squirrel does, he is traveling all over the place for his job, but he brings more gaming and painting and crafting stuff with him than I would actually carry in at all. I mean, he's got like 2 or 3 bags just full of everything. He's got the full setup, the lights, the mic, the miniatures, the paints, everything. It's a freaking amazing.
I had a lot of 15 and 6 mil. I sold and gave away most of it. I'm doing some 15 at the moment just for fun, just to tide me over until some big bases come in.
I don't know how you guys
You have so
afford
many
all these
historic
different
pieces
scales.
in those smaller scales too. So
It was a lot easier for me to just focus on 28s and get rid of a lot of stuff, honestly, and just pick one and go with that for the moment. But in the future, who knows?
James, Mini Warmutt's got a really good piece of advice if you're doing battle reports. If you can make the video less than an hour, the viewers seem to stick around longer.
Yeah, I agree with that. And because I have a dearth of opponents, like I don't really know anyone who's into wargaming. Like I want to involve the audience and like get their feedback on strategy and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll probably break it up into like 15-minute parts or something.
Al wants to know, if you're fighting 10 goblins, how detailed do they need to be? That's totally subjective. As much as
yeah, I want to see Tolkien level of detail when I'm fighting against
you. It's nice. It's how much time or love.
If you're looking at a lot to do like I have, and I'm just trying to get these ones cleaned up so like you can primer them. You know, there's the 3-foot rule.
Yeah.
What does it look like? 3 feet?
Cheaters.
Oh well, you know, because otherwise I get what do you call it? Hyper focused, and then I won't get anything done. So I just try to get them looking good at this point, and I can go back and to do touch up. To be honest, I mean, think about that. The other option, and
I prefer the emotionally fraught, like you invest everything you have into every brush stroke. Everything is like a total labor of everything is a total labor of love, and if it's not perfect, it goes in the bin. That's kind of my
dibs on his bin.
No.
Dibs on his bin. Nice.
Throw that baby away. Well, this is, if you have space, this is one of the things I've thought about. I mean, if you like are living in like a mobile home, moving around, and you're always traveling, then maybe your 3-dimensional, well, your 3D pieces, you'll have some of those, but the majority of your, you know, mooks and things you're gonna kill and stuff like that, maybe going to the more flat like paper or the clear plastic stuff. It will, and tokens. I mean, I know it's not as cool, but it gets stuff done. And yeah, chess piece kit. Yes, I totally. There's been times where we've only had, like when I was a kid, particularly, where we only had like the minis that represented us, right? And then something would come up, and then what we would do is we would pull the chess pieces, and you know. The king piece would become the black dragon, or the horse he represents
the African American dragon. Thank you very much.
Because we didn't have a bunch of minis.
You should
Okay.
absolutely be ruining your life, taking up all your free time, fretting over making everything look perfect all the
No,
time.
no. Go ahead and get in the sorry game for the little red, blue, and green dudes, and open up that Monopoly box for the little car, and that's a goblin. Whatever you need to do. Get the check
Wouldn't it
pieces
just be
out, whatever.
wouldn't it just be easier to paint pennies at that point?
Yeah.
Well, it's a matter of what do you have at that point,
Well, you got
Sometimes
pennies.
you're in a situation where
I have to
where you
try my
don't
hardest.
have the stuff, and so a salt shaker is going to become a monster,
If I
and
don't try
what you do.
if I don't try my absolute hardest, I don't feel satisfied with any of it. Like I get really
Well,
shirty with it. Like I like it to be awesome. I want it to be
I was at
amazing.
I was at one of the hobby stores and looking
you
at all
attach
the
your
little
ego
toy
to
critters.
your armies. That's
Yeah,
good. I do the same
You want
thing.
them to look good. You want them to look good.
yeah.
It's like I painted some toy mummies. It made me
I'd
good.
happily give up a kidney to like just paint beautifully for the rest of my life. Like happily, like I would suffer any great sufferance to make my armies
So
better.
I
I'm
understand wanting to
insane.
look awesome.
I can make it happen.
I'm insane. I'm insane when it comes to this sort of thing. That's why I don't get very much done.
I thought about a crazy idea because I've been watching black and white films. Is doing a black and white
African American and white,
game.
Nikki.
Yeah, whatever the genre is, but everything is in the grayscale.
I've seen that done. It's gorgeous.
It can be done. It can be done really nicely if you use like bones and grays and like deck tan and white and very light blue gray. Like you can do.
Because I was thinking it could be cool,
Yeah.
do like a detective thing or something.
Absolutely.
There's a gaming site called Let Adventure Forum.
Yep.
And there was a guy on there who did an
That's where I
entire
learned.
1930s gangster town, right?
That's where I learned to hate
that would
myself.
be cool.
Oh, dude.
I learned to hate myself on that website. That's the benchmark.
I've been on LAF for like 20 years, dude. Yeah.
There's some amazing work on there that just makes me go, wow, like some real artists out there.
There's some great stuff.
Like real artists.
Well, when paper minis were in the 80s, did you guys ever go to sites and watch them make 3-dimensional and get them layered so that you couldn't even tell it was a paper mini? The terrain pieces and stuff. Some of the stuff
I did a lot of work with paper.
It was amazing.
Heresy detected.
I know.
No, this was good. Some people did some really good stuff.
I'm tired of all these compromises. I want my soldiers big. I want a medal. I want hundreds of them on the table.
I'm talking about the terrain pieces.
I am unapologetic.
Things they did that was
for
cool.
Miniatures.
Yeah.
So
that's the way. That is
people
the way.
were solving their terrain problems,
Fly, my legions, fly. Paper terrain is a different thing entirely because, like, you can do really cool paper craft things with the, like, flat surfaces that you're dealing with. But when it comes to minis, I need minis. A chess piece just doesn't cut it. I want immersion.
It's
I want
a
craft.
poor substitute.
I want
I will
beauty.
tell you that, but
martial, masculine, wonder.
Right.
I gotta have my ranks right. I put all ranks on the bottom of their bases that they're painted on there. I put it has to be as in my weird World War II. It has to be as historically accurate as possible, as well as the weird. Because my weird is set in World War II. It's not World War II set in my weird. It's weird. The weird is in World War II, so I have to represent World War II as best as I can. It's crazy.
It's weird World War II, not weird World War II.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
I gotta lighten these guys up. I think they came out too dark. Where's my little camera?
Like I set myself like really ridiculous goals that I have no hope of reaching, but I don't care. I want like a big massive
sorry, guys, in the
pike,
chat. I was
musket.
actually
Yeah,
painting.
bro.
Let me
Hell yeah.
let me see what you guys are up to.
I need to get a new container for my water because my water container got broke.
That beer did nothing. to
Vasco
help.
is the dragon. Gotcha.
Now I'm just
Uh,
drunk
I
and
just-
hot.
Well,
I'm feeling this
also,
double gin and tonic, that's for sure.
Mini dice are great for that. Yeah, no.
Shadow's like me on the take toys and do terrible things to them to make them into minis.
Yep.
Oh, it's different
we'll
if you know what
definitely
you're
do that.
doing. You guys have a good hand at that, whereas like I need something that comes out of a packet because I'm the himbo.
Oh no, you
So-
can do it.
You know, getting this 3D printer, guys, has really opened my eyes to a lot of different things, right? I'm on this like cult site and it's just like STLs, right? Thousands and thousands of stuff. Anyway, I'm just going through the entire fucking thing and I'm finding these minis that are just like snapping my
No,
mouth. And it's
there's
just like,
great minis on
it's
STL.
great. I mean, it's like twisted shit. Like great. I mean, I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. I'm gonna make some twisted.
And even when they come out bad and messed up, because that happens,
You've
Well,
got
I
you
have
can
this-
take that mess and turn it into something glorious.
So I a long time ago, I created a Weird War thing called the Flesh Field, and what it was in my storyline that the dead have risen up, right, and just feast on the living. Doesn't matter. There's no belligerent.
So Frisco, Seattle.
But anyway, they rise up and you got to think of this. Let's say it's 1945. Like the late 44, and all the war dead just stand up and feast on the living, right? So there's a problem, right? There's a lot of dead people, and so what happens is some of these belligerents, what they do is they're able to corral some of these undead, and they make him inert. They cut their spines and they kind of like pin them to the ground, right? We're talking thousands of these withering body zombies just pinned to the ground. They're also laced with like anti-tank and anti-personnel mines. So just imagine this. You're a Soviet tanker, you crest the hill, you look across, and there's nothing but like a square, several square acres of just withering fucking bodies reaching out looking for food. And you're like, holy shit, you're in a tank. But when you start driving down, guess what? You hit an anti-tank mine, right? Now you're in a sea of mouths that are hungry. But like, so I made some stuff.
That's quite a bit like San Francisco.
Yeah. But think about that. So it's like now I've modeled it using some stuff, but now, like you said, like minis that are, miscast or whatever, I can add those to the ever growing flesh field. So it's awesome.
Sounds gruesome, but awesome.
It is. It's great. Yeah. It's awesome.
And some of the guys in the chat are posting or commenting about some of their favorite companies. I'm always in the mood for a new place.
Or a melody?
My favorite. Wow.
I'm
Is that a Robert Plant reference?
That's it, brother. You got it.
Okay. One of my favorite companies is always going to be Bronze Age. They made the best John Carter minis. Oh my God.
Well, they make beautiful stuff. Are they still in business, or did they go under?
Oh yeah,
No,
they
they're
are.
real.
I've got their number.
Oh,
As a matter of fact, now that I'm getting a raise, I guess I'm going to finish off that collection. For sci-fi, I'm really digging Hydra miniatures and
Hydra.
anything from the Star Schlock line. Oh my God. If you're into 70s and 80s, campy
I like
movie
their
stuff.
Space Vixens. Isn't
Oh,
that the
yeah.
one with the Space Vixens?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are great.
Just love
you
that
gotta
stuff.
you gotta have space vixens.
Hell yeah, you do. You gotta have a lot of Space Vixens.
Yeah.
And then another company, I'm a big fan of is Splintered Light for the smaller scales. I'm supposed to. I need to hurry up and start play testing their game because they did send me the play test packet. But
you guys should check. I mean, you guys don't play a lot of like I don't know, like pulp and hot sci-fi or historical stuff, but like Hassle Free is a great line. Copplestone is a great line.
Copplestone are great.
Artisan Designs, fantastic line.
never heard of them. But okay.
Really?
Oh,
man, great.
You've got them. You've got them.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I was thinking I
Those are
want to
those
do something a
robots.
little more.
Hey, next
down
time
the
you
road.
send next time you send Shadow some weird war, divert that shit to Texas, brother. It'll be appreciated here.
It's not that it's not appreciated. I just the last couple of months I got this Kickstarter in, and I thought that, if I got these figured up and stuff, I would get Jackie, in the mood to play, but he hasn't played a game.
You are starting the kick. Always you are starting some kick.
You're always backing some kicks.
You are always.
I mean, Kickstarters you can back too. Like, there's a lot I like, but I'm like, I can't do it all. I can't.
I don't do any Kickstarter. I don't touch it.
No, me either. I'm not going to do the risk.
I would be bankrupt if I went on there.
I pick who I kickstart very carefully.
Brian, I have
So
never
there's
lost
somebody
a
who's
penny.
been successful at it.
I've literally never lost a penny on a Kickstarter. I've always picked the right ones, got my stuff. Now it may take a while.
You do have to admit the risk. The risk is enormous.
It could be.
Well, I did one of Heidi Gygax's modules. That was pretty sure that was going to happen. The sheer number of professionals involved in that.
Back at the big guys right now. A few little ones like what the heck was those Cthulhu minis from the UK I got? That was a good one. But yeah, Cal and I always back Dungeons and Lasers. I've never regretted a penny there. I backed the Mutant Chronicles Siege of the Citadel. It took 4 years, but it was worth every second, every penny, every freaking.
I would lose my mind if I had to wait that long for something I purchased. I mean, it's like, look,
well, it depends on what you're backing.
No, it's about, listen, I gave you my money, and that is ridiculous. There's no reason for fucking 4 years, no matter what happens. There is no reason for that shit at all.
Look up Archon Studios and Dungeons and Lasers. It started out as mostly terrain, sort of a Lego-like click together, modular, build whatever the heck you want, whether it be fantasy or sci-fi. And now they're getting into making miniatures, and their miniature quality is like maybe a notch below GW, but the price is, I'm paying less than $1 a piece. And I actually like assembling the models. At first it's like, oh man. And then I realized, you know what? I'm actually having more fun doing this than the painting, because with assembling a model, you either get it done right or you don't get it done at all. Right, Brian?
It's true. You got to get in there.
And with painting, I'm working on these guys, these cultists right here. Okay. I'm going to biggerize myself because I'm embarrassed how crappy they're looking. Okay. They're kind of cool looking cultists. Okay.
Oh, they look good.
Yeah, they're cool.
Except the gold trim. I have done the gold trim like 4 times now. I just cannot.
You're gonna have to just let that wash go on there and
get yourself some airbrush. Get yourself some airbrush metallic.
No, it's just I keep like getting a little bit of red gold on their robes, or and I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll go back in and touch it up again, and then I made the mistake of putting a soft tone wash on the gold, which muted it, and I'm like, no, I kind of want that kind of shinier than that. I did orange washes on them, but I went back now, and I would have been better off just leaving them alone. Yes, Cal, the new Kickstarter is going to be modular caves and caverns and tunnels, not like hewn solid dungeon walls, but natural looking things, so you can just build a tunnel, build a cavern, take it apart, build it a different way.
Here you go, James. We're coming to Melbourne.
I can't wait, Cal. Although I still have crap tons of Dungeons and Lasers still unopened in the boxes. Brian, you'd love their Rampart series. They've got a lot of like war-torn terrain of broken buildings and things like that you can rebuild and reassemble in different ways.
That's That's what I don't have. I have like cities, like
Here's a good thing
functional
with
cities. I don't
zombies.
have anything. I don't have blown up cities. I need to get some
Well-
blown up stuff.
Oh, do
Nice.
some blown up terrain.
Yeah.
You know, you can do it the old school way with cardboard and foam and garbage.
I want good stuff.
Yeah. I'm kind of over. Not.
I
over
did that back
crap.
in my Road Trader days.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Squirrel.
I'm over.
Yeah,
the
you know, because that
cardboard.
stuff doesn't hold up. You know,
Yeah,
you
it
get
doesn't.
one issue with water or, God forbid, a fire.
But it just
with the
looks
Dungeons
like
and
shit.
Ladies-
I mean, it's so funny because it's like you have all those corner pieces and you got the leveled whatever, but
Yeah.
there's like that's it. There's no realism to it, so it just loses in my opinion. There's no rubble, there's no like furniture, there's no dead bodies, there's no whatever, right?
Dungeons
It's
and
just
Lasers,
Well,
brother.
no. You gotta get dead body figures.
I got tons of dead body figures.
Yeah, you gotta have the dead bodies. You gotta have rubble piles.
I think,
Furniture,
um,
yeah.
Knocked over the
furniture.
broken
I
stuff.
think the
Broken
bright green.
walls.
I think the bright green felt
But I
like
fixed this.
terrain type table is fine for the War Games Club, but like when you really like want to
Yeah.
put on something special, like you want the more realistic.
Well, that's like that's like in my battle reports, I try to do something fun. I'm trying to get people into this whole genre, right? And you can't just like, okay, I got my army, you're gonna fight your army, pew pew. That's boring. You gotta have these stories, you gotta have these cool pieces or whatever. So gotta have that
What were you
hook.
saying, Mac?
Yeah,
Mac was trying to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry,
His
Matt.
mic's down real low, so got to give him a. What were
It's
you
still-
saying, bud?
It's still down low.
It's lower than everybody else.
Fuck. All right, I'll be back.
No. Let me see if I can do something here. I know, right? I can mute him. Edit mic settings.
Yeah, I got it boosted like 140%.
Oh, I can hear him fine on my end.
Okay, I'm just gonna do. It's partially me. All those unprotected trips to the desert, if you know what I'm saying. So what were you saying, Mac?
Oh fuck, I don't remember now. I'll be back.
He's gonna check his notes.
no,
And
it's
Cal
gotta
says
be
he's up for
interesting.
trustee. Yeah, me too. I'm getting there.
Just gonna
It
give
is
my medal.
criminal, guys. It is criminal that we don't play with each other.
Well,
in a gaming sense.
I game with you every Friday, Brian.
I know, but
But
you know what I
Jay-
mean. Like I
And
want
I'm
a war game with James, dude. I want to see. I want to see all this.
I'm less interested in the like deconstructing fairy games. Like I want to play a war. Damn it!
Fight.
Hey! You are already slated to play the Hobbit cook on my ship. Mac is bringing in a couple of dwarves. Brian, I'm not sure what character you're running.
I'm gonna
Maybe
be like
Grandma, if you're in for an AD&D
Well, I am a
game.
hobbit. I am a halfling.
I'm gonna be
They're very
the
relatable.
cabin boy.
When does the game play, Shadow? What day?
Roger the cabin boy.
I am.
My game is going to be a high seas adventure game, probably Monday nights after the first of the year. AD&D, old school. I'm going to run the game. I've always wanted to not only run but play in, and since nobody's going to have the cojones to run this game, I'm going to have to do it and hopefully
Sure,
inspire
right.
some pros out there. We're like, oh,
Absolutely.
dude, I got a better idea. Let me run you through a version of something like that.
You know, it's fine
I
to
would
actually.
totally do it, honey, but unfortunately, my Monday nights are booked. My Wednesday nights are booked. This is, and it's very hard for me to get off at the same time as other people are, and so Thursday is usually the day I can do, like, I can hang out and do a painting
That's
thing.
a shame.
And-
Well, I'm
It's
also
insane. 4:30 in the morning till like 10 o'clock at night. I'm doing stuff.
Yeah,
If
I'm
anybody wants
actually
to play,
contemplating a second night or afternoon for the campaign, but we'll see. I got to get the group together, and right now I think I've got like 8 or 9 people. I want to get it to 12 so we can like mix and match, depending on people's schedules. Like 6 people this night, 6 people that night, and if you want to come over and play both nights, rock on.
I
What were
want
you
to
saying,
play the
James?
Venture Brothers, dude. That's what I want.
I'm just
Venture
giving some-
Brothers.
Venture Brothers,
I'm
the
just giving
game.
some minis a bit of a rinse now that I've scraped the metal off. But yeah, I was
Okay,
going to
you-
say if anyone's up for like some Cthulhu or
yeah.
some Adventure Conqueror King or basic fantasy RPG or Glorantha, like I've got a lot of the RPGs you guys talk about, and I do keep a pretty American schedule. Like I get up with the sun and I go to bed with the sun. So
yeah, I'm down for some Cthulhu if you put something together, dude.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I'd
Even
play
if it's,
Cthulhu.
you know,
I've
'cause I've
only got the starter set, but I figure that's really all you need.
That's all
Like
you need.
play a
That's
basic
yeah,
game.
that'll get you going.
Yeah.
I've never played Call of Cthulhu. It's on my list to
you're
do.
kidding.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No, I am not
Neither
kidding.
have I.
Thursday
Look,
Cthulhu
I was
game?
a TSR girl. Okay, so I played
Good for you.
TSR games, and then I had just a few like third-party stuff, if you call it that, and
Yeah,
then
I've never done it either.
and I had
I've always
Traveler.
wanted to. I've always wanted to give it a bash.
And-
I've never had the chance.
that's what everybody was playing around me. And Call of Cthulhu came out, but I honestly didn't know anybody who wanted to play it. So I never picked it up. So I've honestly never played it.
I've always been curious about it, and another gaming group that I'm aware of is talking about it, but it might take a while to get off the ground. So
Call of Cthulhu, you got to be. I mean, if you're running it, you got to be a storyteller because you got to really.
We were just gonna play like one of the modules in the starter box because like it's pretty. There's like 4 or 5.
You got to figure out how to play it first. So that's a good place to start before you branch off.
You can play Cthulhu games in any. Guys, you can do any system with any.
Oh well, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just don't.
Well, it's
That
the scare factor.
That gets back to the whole role-playing thing of like before you've even started, you're deconstructing how to not play the rules.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Play
right.
what's in the box.
Listen, I suggest everybody design your own game. Play your own game.
Don't
Well, you gotta have a base to start with.
Yeah, sure. Find a game that you resonate with and just modify. There you go. Done.
Yeah, that's maybe. I'm very much a rules as written guy because I think people miss a lot of stuff. You know, it often turns out that there's actually a section for the thing you're trying to do in the rule book you're trying to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm very much a, I like to think I'm a rules as written guy, but there are rules I won't use more than rules that I change.
Yeah,
it's like, I'm not using that. Like, I don't really want to go into there.
Yeah.
Now, you guys were mentioning my Venture Brothers game. It's not, I call it a Venture Brothers game, but it's going to be a parody of the Venture Brothers.
Yeah,
as
it's like
opposed to
Venture Brothers and Supernatural, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I want to mix.
Totally
I want to
down
mix.
for that.
What I want to do is, I'm going to have like the same basic makeup where you're going to have the two brothers and the Brock equivalent and the father. But I want to turn everything on like it's edge, or 360. If they're a like supernatural character, as in like the Dr. Orpheus or whatever. Well, he's going to be more of a scientist. Okay. Dr. Venture, he's going to be more of a supernatural dude.
Don't tell us how to play, motherfucker.
I want to be a henchman.
Yeah.
I totally want to be a henchman. I want to be henchman.
So I want to keep certain things, but that's one of the things I liked about Venture Brothers was when they did the supernatural stuff with like the triad, that was like,
Can I play the butterfly lady with the really deep voice?
Girlfriend.
Dude, you better be careful what you wish for.
The wife of the monarch. The wife of the monarch.
Yeah, Dr.
Well, it's like watching Kick, it's awesome too for the exact same reason.
Can you believe it? I just turned my son onto the Tick. I think it was not last night because he fell asleep early. It was the night before. He didn't know. He was looking for. He's looking for some voice actors.
They got a Christmas special called Multiple Santas.
Oh,
you gotta watch it. It's awesome fun.
He was talking about characters, like voice actors that he's looking for. So if any of you guys are interested, like James, he absolutely insists that you're a part of the project. But
no problem.
we got to talking about Patrick Warburton, and I'm like, did you know he played the Tick? And he's like, what's the Tick? And I'm like, uh-oh. I showed him one clip.
Failed as a father.
I know. Well, because I'm so embarrassed that I sold my Tick comic book collection a long time ago. I was hurting for money, and I knew number 2 was worth like $200. So I sold the whole collection and made the money I needed and more. And now I can pick up those comics for, dirt cheap. So I'm gonna. But I showed him this elevator scene with Jimmy Carter, and he was rolling. So
I got you one up on the Tick. The Goon. Pals.
I don't know, man.
Dude,
I don't know. I mean,
that
first issue with the wubba 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 wubba. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, that was just that was
dude.
The Tick was the funniest thing I've ever read in the way of comic books. So I'm gonna go grab those this year. But I still have a lot of work to do on the Venture Brothers because I want to go through all the characters and mutate them or reverse them. Like hit them with a mirror of opposition.
Yeah.
I've got some good ones, and Jackie came up with some great shit. I could not believe it because he's got this sort of mixed feeling about the Venture Brothers show. He likes it, but he's not into the sex stuff. He makes
you gotta
give him a couple years.
A girlfriend, dude.
I've got the money. I would literally import her from any country.
Spain. Get it from Spain.
I mean, I get it, but the unfortunate thing is, like, you can spend all of your life, like, avoiding giving into your baser desires and then end up in worse trouble than if you just listen to your...
sex is so much fucking fun. My God.
It's not just about
that,
that, though. Like, it's a world of, like, hurt and consequence.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
Yes, we're quite aware of that. Thankfully, you've kept it to a,
Thanks for not doing it on stream.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I haven't done on stream lately.
I'm not sure.
I sort of understand. I sort of understand his monk-like disposition. I think he realizes that once he uncorks the bottle, it's going to be all over.
Oh yeah, because he's.
He knows that it'll become such a big part of his life.
He's fanatically good.
I have no problem with that.
Once you break the seal,
right there in the middle. No. I try to be a good person, and I think it rubbed off.
But the thing is, like, sex isn't bad. You know what I mean?
No, but he literally just wants to wait till
I've
he
had
gets
some
married.
pretty bad sex in the past.
Yeah, nice, Mac, out of nowhere. Boom.
Sex is bad, okay.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure the rules still
I just say
stand.
that it's like fraught with complexity. It adds complexity to your life.
It's definitely adult. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm still a fond fan of the rule that the first time is always going to be bad. But if there's a second time, you better make up for it.
I don't know, man.
Sure.
I don't think there's.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, Brian, I'm sympathetic to your lusty kind of embrace of like life's Epicurean delight.
That's right.
But I also know that, like, I didn't really consider it to be a need until I started.
It's true. It's like,
what I mean?
My life is really nice, and then you have it, and you're like, oh my God, I need more.
Yeah. So, and like, he's also going to experience at some point in his life, like, looking at someone who he loves deeply and thinking, I can't stand the sight of this person. Why can't she just put the tea towels here where I asked?
True. I mean, listen. I mean, I know he's a religious kid, and that's good. That's good. But there's, I think living in absolutes is a bad way to live. You know what I mean? But that's where that wisdom and intelligence comes into play, where you know how to apply these things, and these things, are fun, but it doesn't have to be reckless or dangerous or any of that kind of stuff.
Mm.
But that takes time, that takes effort, and you know, and you know, you got to do it. You got. I mean, again,
You
I'm
know,
not
I
saying
noticed-
he's fucking 15. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to be doing any of that shit.
Not
when
yet,
I
not
was
yet.
when
But
I
I
was
noticed
15, when I was 15, smooching and holding hands was plenty. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That was like quite a nice thing.
right.
Sure.
So, you know.
Yeah,
You know,
the
you
problem
gotta
these
apply
days.
it. Yeah.
The problem these days, guys, is with the school, like in the area where we live and where he goes to school and stuff. There's two groups. The people that are like, you know, like us, doing stuff they absolutely shouldn't be doing at their age unless they're over 18, etc. You know, like crazy. You know, like us back in the day.
Like us.
And then
I was a model child.
okay, And then there's the
I
other
was
group.
naughty when I could get away with it. Like,
Then there's the other group that's you know really completely terrified of the whole concept and process, you know, because of all of the you know hype on
The
it,
bad
you know,
thing.
in culture and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
you
I
know,
relate to that. I think that
I couldn't
sexuality is-
imagine. I couldn't imagine what it's like dating now. My
It's
God,
it's very
like
difficult.
so
It's
many
got to be
things.
terrifying. You're not even sure that the girl is a girl, let alone
yeah,
all the
or
other.
like even going up to a girl
social
like, hey, my
awkward
name is Bruce,
issues.
like you got to, you know,
Holy crap!
oh my God, you're attacking me. I'm like, what? What the fuck?
If I was a teenager today, I would probably be celibate on purpose.
Oh man.
I'd be too afraid.
Yeah,
It's a different
you know,
environment.
it's not just the you know the fear of getting your heart broken
No.
or embarrassed or anything like that, but you know your whole life ruined, you know, at school at least, and then on social media and people making fun of you and stuff like that. It's better to be
Oh,
safe
yeah,
than
it's-
sorry. You know, all it
It's
takes
way
is
bigger
one.
now.
Right. I mean, back in the day, you know, people would just talk, but now they're going to be
Yeah, it was
posting
bad
shit,
enough then.
you know,
right?
with the internet and Facebook and you know all
Yeah.
these other things. You
We
know,
didn't have anything like that.
Kids are
I know.
vicious. Kids are
yeah,
vicious.
exactly.
Well, I
You know,
always
not to mention, you know, he wants someone who's you know religious and chaste and wants to wait and all that stuff.
Well, somebody
And
shares
as
his
soon as-
values. That's what he's looking
And
for.
as soon as he gets into, you know, a relationship, you guys know that there's a 50-50 chance he's going to, you know, meet up with a girl who's going to be pretending to be one way, but really be another way. And next thing he
We
knows, he's
all
going
have
to
had our heartbrokens, man.
Right,
This is part of life. You know, it's just part of life.
Sure. But,
Doesn't
you know,
feel good, but it happens.
you know,
Right, the right person is out there. Just
right,
gotta find
exactly.
them.
And he may already know her. There's a girl in Mexico that he's, you know, thinking about, I guess, you know, and who likes,
mi amor.
She's
but
like, I take you to America.
I'm married. My husband is my my high school sweetheart from another high school.
Really?
right. See, that's the kind of thing that he's looking for, you know, is the old fashioned values and morals and you know rules of social etiquette and things like that, so that when he gets into that position, it's you know just follow the old ways, the traditions and things like that.
There's
as
no
opposed
rush.
to-
There's no rush, really.
Yeah, there's
I
no
wouldn't.
rush.
I wouldn't be rushing towards adulthood if I was still a kid. You know?
Yeah, don't rush. Man. Listen to
No.
mistake.
Shit.
As long as it gives me grandkids, we're good, you know. But that's going to require me living to, I guess, another 40 or 50 years. But you know,
Yeah, you're never gonna die.
yeah, no.
If you want to live another 40, 50 years, you better quit that shit right there. Bro.
Yeah, no shit,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah. I
You seem
Well,
pretty healthy for the most part, except that shit that you're doing right now.
yeah.
Is he smoking?
I quit 5 years ago.
You
First
know what,
4.5
though?
years were a bitch, but I finally got past it.
It's tough,
Yeah,
man.
I'm
It's
gonna-
tough.
I'm gonna, you
Oh,
know,
it is. I miss smoking.
But
That's the bad part. I miss it every day.
Yeah.
I sort of made a deal. If things go right in the next year, sometime around this time next year, if things go right, I'm going to give it up. But things got to go right a certain way, and if not, then I'll just,
I told
probably be,
myself that
living
for 30 years, brother, and things never lined up.
Never lines
Never.
up. It's like
It
having
always
kids.
happens.
You're
to make
fucking
you
never ready to
stressed
have
or-
kids.
No,
You're
it's
never
like
gonna
a
have the
very
money. You're
specific-
never gonna be meant. You just do it.
No, it's a very specific thing, and everybody knows. in my family, if this thing happens, everything goes through right, then
See, listen to James. He's already dying.
Yeah.
It's not tobacco.
Swallow the bug.
Now he's sucking down cotton candies and shit.
yeah, if I can quit that, I can quit anything. I quit drinking, almost 13 years ago.
Well, dude, we got your back, man. I will give you so much fucking hell if I see you smoke, and you're supposed to be quitting. So there you go.
Well, I can just turn the camera off.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, we'll be like, you turn the camera off.
But we'll
Stop
know.
smoking, Shadow.
I know.
You're either taking a dump or you're smoking. You ain't hiding it.
Hey! I can do two things at once.
Hell yeah, because I know we've all been on the pot while we're online. Because
no.
Never
That's
happened.
me.
I have had to
I've done
pick
some
my own
toilet
breakers.
treatment.
If I was friends with someone who used their phone on the toilet, I probably wouldn't talk to that person ever again.
Really?
Yeah.
We had a president who used to take phone calls in the bathroom.
I had a job interview on the toilet once, man. It was great.
No.
The only bad thing is they can if there's an echo, so you leave the door open.
The echo. No, it's not just the echo. It's not just the echo. The sound of the toilet seat when you lift your ass up off it makes a certain sound. I've been busted on that a couple of times.
Well,
you gotta be careful.
Just got to make sure you wash.
I
your
do
phone
have
off
my tablet
afterwards.
running. I do have my tablet running when I have a shower. Though. Like I always.
I was in someone's house
shower.
and they had a telephone in their bathroom. A wall-mounted telephone.
Really?
Oh yeah, back in the
Wow.
80s, that was a thing.
That was decadent.
That's terrible.
That's bourgeois right there.
I thought it was
That was like,
because the dad of the
Cal,
house just didn't
Cal,
like running for the phone.
That is the plan, Cal. I want to see my boy graduate from college or the military, but then again, it depends how long he wants to stay in the military. So, and like I said, I want grandkids. I have got a lot of crap to hand off to grandkids and a whole lot of spoiling to do. Should I get grandkids?
Well,
just remember, if you have a granddaughter, He-Man figures are that 1 foot to 1 inch, just like the dollhouse, the nice dollhouses. So you just stay in that scale. Yes, they're the same scale as the little people, and the collector dollhouses. You build that cool dollhouse, and you give her She-Ra and He-Man figures to populate.
Well, Ree really loves He-Man. My girlfriend is obsessed with He-Man. So,
Really?
Yeah, it's probably true.
That's great.
Welcome to the show, King Minnie's Live.
I definitely want to quit smoking tobacco in the new year, but I will not give up the other stuff.
The Mary Jane.
I grew some smoking tobacco once. That was fun.
You know what, James? I thought it was going to be hard, but I'm so glad that I did because a whole lot of things change and get better. Like knowing
when
where
you
you
stop
put stuff.
smoking, when you stop smoking psychotropic drugs, no, I'll never stop. I'll smoke twice as many.
It's like I was a big fan of that, but I never did it a lot. I did it almost like socially.
I do it a lot because it helps with my
like that.
It helps with my spinal injury, but
that's municipal.
They're changing the rules. They're changing the rules here, so pretty soon you'll be able to grow it in your own backyard.
Shit, then we won't be able to see James because of all the damn trees in the backyard.
He's like, yeah,
you're
I
allowed
used to
to
be a
have
war
six
gamer, but
plants.
fuck that shit. I'm a farmer now.
How do you think I'm going to fund my wargaming? No.
There you go.
Well, hey, I thought you were going to fund it by 3D printing, but if you want to,
The devil.
ship stuff out, I'm sure you can make quite a bundle that way too.
So, I mean, the funny thing is, people say, "Oh, like cannabis is not good if you want to be productive." It's like, well, it's probably true of like most people, but if you use it as pain relief, use it as pain relief, I get heaps done in a day when I use it.
Listen, we're all chemical, man, and it all varies. You know what I mean? That's why, some people need certain psych meds, or some people, can't drink coffee because it freaks them out. We're all chemical, and we're all.
Hey, speak for yourself.
We are, dude. And listen, man, I'll be honest with you. Like, you talk about like, people changing gender and shit. You will be surprised when you see a person start taking some sort of hormone. Dude, they fucking change. I'm not saying, but they do, guy. I mean, physically they look different. It's fucking crazy. It is crazy. And it makes you really say, you're like, damn, we are like chemicals and we can manipulate.
What you put in your body affects your body.
Yeah, that's right. It manipulates and can affects it. Yeah. So it's like
the unfortunate thing is smoking it is not the healthiest way to eat.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Not healthy. Smoking anything is bad.
Yeah, anything, any kind of like
you can always make brownies.
That's true. Edibles, yeah. But make them sugar-free and fat-free. Then that'd be a really good brownie.
Yeah, I did make some brownies a couple of years ago that turned out well. But the person made the butter. My person made the butter for me, like pre-made. So like, I just had to add it to the mix.
Forever to make.
Yeah.
And
she was like cooking it down for hours, but she delivered it to me in like a cold.
Not that I know anything about that shit.
Yeah,
I don't smoke really.
Well, I can't know anything about this stuff because of my job.
The reason I was so quiet Tuesday is I had joined that campaign after the first year, and everybody on the show except me and Bloodworth were YouTubers, and I wanted the other guys to get their moment in the sun. Like I said, I came in at the end, and I was the magic user, and I didn't do a lot. I mean, it's first edition AD&D. You guys know. The magic user hides in the back, casts his spell, and hopes to God he doesn't take a single freaking point of damage.
You're the mortar team of the
pretty much. I mean, when I cut loose, I cut loose. But I wanted everybody else to get their chance, and I wanted to get through at least the first year before I piped in. It was a good game, but I would run things a lot differently, as I will show next year. I'm actually going to do a video tomorrow about handing out treasure, because Bloodworth is not a big fan of handing out treasure for some reason, or at least not to magic users. I didn't find a single freaking wand of any value in a year of playing, and that to me is just mind you, I started out at 6th level.
At least get a new spell.
Oh, I got plenty of spells, but I never used my 2nd level spells. I was only using magic missile 90% of the freaking time, because we were running into monsters that were, the party would just rush in, and I'd be like, "You guys need any help? Okay, cool. You got this.
I'll be back here if you need me."
Right.
I'll file my nails over here.
Pretty much. I mean, like I said, when I did cut loose, I had the fireball, lightning bolt, but the ice storm, that was the killer, man. No saving throw, 3 to 30 points of damage. Room cleared. Nothing but statues.
Dude, my favorite were the Phantasmal Killer, and what are the tentacles that come out of the ground? The
Ever's Black Tentacles.
Yes, those two were my favorite.
That's a fun spell. But we had a paladin, a fighter magic user, a fighter cleric, a couple of thieves, a druid. We had like 8 characters in the party. They didn't even need me 90% of the time, but when they did, it was pretty epic. Like when I cast a Wall of Force globe around the freaking big bad dragon at the end of the campaign. And
you had your Gandalf moments, is what you're saying. You come in like Gandalf.
The deadliest thing I ever came across, and it's like, I don't know why people don't use it, is that, what is it that is it the glyph of death, or like the text of death, or some shit like that, where you read it and it kills you?
Right.
I can't remember what it was called, but it was just like, I
The
think
world's funniest joke.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Like,
you're like reading it.
Talking about the sigils or the wards?
Right. Yeah, there were a bunch of different wards that you could inscribe.
Yeah, like glyph of warding and sigil of, I don't know, death or cocksmoke or something.
Yeah, I'm in the CNC game with Bloodworth as well. I just finished up my fighter. I wanted to run an assassin, but my stats were crap, and I'm like, well, I'm probably going to die anyways.
So I played this enchantress for a while, right? And I wanted to, like, of course I did, yeah, because I like chicks that are hot and big boobs, and anyway, I wanted to make all of her magic sex magic.
Dream for me today.
Sex
I'm
magic.
just gonna stay at home and stand over
So,
this
but
mirror.
anyway, but everybody's like, it's grody, it's sex magic. I'm like, dude, okay, so we're gonna do blood magic. That's okay. Blood magic's okay, but not sex magic. What the fuck?
Yes, ripping hearts out of people's chests is fine.
Yeah, but no, I'm convincing the orcs
You're
to
letting
bang
me do
each other
blood
and we
magic.
can run
You're
by
letting
them.
me
you
do
know,
sugar
whatever.
magic, but you're not letting me do sex magic.
Sex magic. That's right.
Hey, didn't the Red Hot Chili Peppers do an album like that? Real
Red
quick,
Hot.
Yeah. I always like what Nick Cave said. Every time I hear some bullshit on the radio, something really terrible, I turn around and it's always the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Paint Minis has a question. Are you guys into homemade music about RPGs? You made a song
Yes.
about an encounter
Yes.
my bard had while out on the road. Yeah, James is our musician apparently in the group.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he's
Dungeon
not running a Hobbit bard. That would be hysterical.
Dungeon Synth is like something I love, but I'm open to a bardic ballad if you've got one.
James, I found a huge 5-hour long like playlist of fantasy synth. I'll have to send that
Nice.
link to you.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I like any of that music that kind of gives you the vibe of like early RPGs, 8-bit music, early Yamaha sound chip kind of stuff.
That's great.
Yeah, you two should collab. L says no bard songs, but Mac, who's awfully quiet tonight, you should totally do a bard video. Paint. Hell yeah, we already had Californication. Yeah, I live every.
So no
freaking
bard
day.
songs about the wizard staff then.
Sex magic.
I'm quiet.
Nice.
So I didn't want to be rude and interrupt y'all.
No, you got to, man. You got to.
Leonard Nimoy's Ballad of Bilbo Baggins.
Oh
is
my
your
god.
template.
Painful, dude. Painful. I showed Mel that the other day, and she's like, "It's kind of, yeah, it sucks." I'm like, "Yeah, it fucking sucks." Don't
You know
try to
what
be
didn't
nice
suck
to it.
though? You know what didn't suck? Glenn Yarborough, the greatest bard name ever, who did the music for the Hobbit cartoon. I know some people out there
When there's
hate
a
him.
whip, there's a way. When there's a whip,
Some of the other ones, like down in the
Yeah,
valley,
yeah.
we don't
We're
want to
just-
go to war
we're just-
today, but
we're
the
perfect.
master
They
of the
were-
whip says nay, nay, nay. Yeah, I love that shit.
With my nene.
The other songs, that nobody can remember were freaking, because reading them is one thing, but then when you hear him do them,
Oh yeah,
it was just like,
I used
wow.
There's a great-
Maybe this is really lame, but like when there were songs in The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, I used to try and like sound them out while reading them, like sing them.
they're great,
Try and
man.
figure
Those are
out.
great
Yeah,
songs.
I love them.
There's a
Music
there's a
got some
great
good
song you
songs.
can use in an RPG for the orcs or any other monster horde. That if there's a player character that can understand what's being sung, and it's actually from a comedy, sci-fi comedy from the BBC. I can't remember the name of the show, but the song goes, "Kill the humans by the million, kill the humans."
That sounds like Hitchhiker.
Rip them to shreds.
Hey, Minnie sent me his song. I'm going to send it to each and every one of you guys.
Cool. Yeah, I'll listen to it.
Cal hates bards. I like the old school original AD&D bard versus the second E bard. They were a lot of fun. I don't know what's up with L and CR. I think you mean Critical Role. And guess what? Nerds is back to join us.
Nerds.
Hey, I disappeared. I had a emergency work call and
Damn
realized I was still
Russians
sitting on
doing
there
their
taking up a slot, so cleared it up for
cyber
you.
attack.
No worries.
What's your business? What do you do for a cross, nerds?
I am a cybersecurity consultant. I'm an escalation
Ooh.
point
That's
for
legit.
companies that have been hacked to
Ooh.
help clean up, track down the attacker, that kind of stuff.
Neat.
Oh,
She
yeah, I
sends out
just
the
found out
cleaner.
if you have an Amazon account, go in and check your mailing addresses. Somebody hacked them and is getting stuff shipped to your,
Dude,
not to your address, but to their addresses.
Is that why I keep getting fucking address correction warnings from Amazon for UPS?
I
Like
think so.
the last 2
Okay.
weeks.
Coworker
Sending
told
me-
us.
notifications that they had to correct my address, and I go and I look at my shit, and like the address is the same it's been for 12 years.
Contact Amazon directly.
Oh, I did.
And check on that.
Kill the
Okay.
humans
Yeah,
by the million.
if I could find someone that could speak fluent English, that would be great.
That song, by the way, is on YouTube. It is on YouTube.
Everything's on YouTube.
Yeah. The kill.
And then everything that's not on YouTube is on Pornhub.
Hey, James, you got a special message here from Arman. Welcome to the show, brother. Long time no see, dude. It's like the only time I ever see you is on Fritz's show, and Fritz hasn't done a show in forever.
No, he was doing a show this morning, and I was on there, and then I cut my finger, and then I disappeared, and then I came back, and then you were here, and I was like, "Oh, shiny new person to annoy."
Shiny new people.
God, I hate that song.
Michael Stipe. Oh, you know, the worst part about being Michael Stipe is like living with yourself and just waking up with yourself every morning. At least Morrissey can transfer some of that negativity into like bitching about other people.
You know who is like old as fuck but great is the guy. I can't remember his name. The head singer of The Cure. I saw
Uncle Bob.
Robert Smith. I saw a live show he did in Austin just like a few months ago. That guy's fat as fuck, old as fuck, but you know what? That guy's voice is exactly the same, and he is fantastic.
He's got a PhD in philosophy. He's really big on his family. He's been with the same woman since he was like 16, and he's like 60 something now. He's quite an interesting character. Apparently, the band like used to spend all their record advances on drugs and just do drugs the whole time.
Oh, really?
Just all the time, just permanently on
No, rock and roll band.
Yeah, but they wrote great shit.
Yeah, they did. They
wrote for who?
Do you guys hear Dolly Parton's new stuff?
No, but I heard that she wrote Jolene and like another song in like the one day. Like, you know, Dolly's pretty cool. There's a whole bunch of kids in Australia who can read because of Dolly, because she donates to libraries and stuff.
She's great. Yeah, she's a good person.
Like a legit good person.
I saw Dolly and the most unlikely of singers do a duet a while back. Dolly did a thing with Rob Halford from Judas Priest. I was like blown away.
Her new album, it's a rock and roll album.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I just listened to her today singing a Rolling Stones cover.
And the cool thing about Dolly is that if you were ever on a cruise ship and it sank, you could use her as a flotation device.
Oh, I've had many dreams of Dolly Parton, brother. Many dreams.
Dolly's still awesome, man.
She makes me happy.
But yeah, she's done a lot. Like, she's donated to like all these like mobile libraries that drive around Australia and like give books to kids who like live out in the sticks and
that's awesome.
stuff like that. Yeah, she even helps us. So
that's good.
You know, she's a legit good person inside.
Listen, you Australians are worth saving too. Okay.
Maybe.
Love you.
Maybe.
Okay, you're worth saving.
We did it once. We'll do it again.
We'll do it again. Yeah.
We're just rooted New Zealanders. We're just less polite New Zealanders.
I got a question for you, James. How far is New Zealand like from Australia? How long would it take?
It's a fair whack. It's like a 6-hour flight.
Is it really?
Wow. I'm in Sydney, and I think it's about a 6-hour flight west of here.
Wow.
Like I'm on the coast, right?
Yeah.
More or less. And yeah, it's about 6 hours.
It's still far. It's still far out there.
Yeah, that's like going from San Diego to New York.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it takes about 6 hours to fly from one end of the country here to another. Yeah, take about that long.
I'd love to
I've
go
never
down
been.
to
I feel guilty. I feel guilty for not visiting New Zealand. I feel like I should. It's just over the way. Like,
yes, it's over the hill.
But I feel guilty. I feel like it's remiss that I haven't actually gone there. Like, you know,
is that a common destination for Aussies?
Australians like a cheap holiday where they can feel like they're exploring a local
Shit
the
like
local
that.
population. So it's more like Bali in Indonesia. You know, that's where we can be at our drunkest.
The cheapest.
Yeah, New Zealand is probably a bit expensive. Actually, it's like going to another Australia.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I've
So-
never
No,
been out.
Australians
all
like
that
holidays
tension
where they
really
can
exist?
yell. It's what so we can yell at people like, "How much is the beer?"
Yeah, like saying it loud enough they're gonna understand.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Well, what were
Hey.
you saying, Mac?
I watched recently, a few months ago, Letterkenny, one of their new episodes, and one of the couples in there had some cousins and some friends come up from Australia and then New Zealand, and they didn't know that they were each coming at the same time to visit, and they got there, and there was this instant tension between the Kiwis and the Aussies.
Hey, Alexa,
that a
stop
thing?
alarm.
I didn't know that. I didn't. I thought you guys were all brothers.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
we're pretty friendly, but we do joke about being rivals. Like, you know, what was it that Erwin Rommel said? Like, if I had to win an objective, I'd use a division of Australians to take it and a division of New Zealanders to hold it.
Oh, right on. I know he
Yeah,
also
he,
said that the Italians were the bravest men he ever knew because of the tanks that they operated.
Mm. Oh, the
So
Italians
she,
did a lot of
Nerd,
stick
you
in World War
spent some
II.
time
but-
in Australia. What would you compare it to?
Yeah.
What would you compare it to that us Yanks could like identify with?
Have you ever been to a trailer park just outside of a prison?
Hell yeah, right here, baby, right out this window. There's no prison, but I'm in a trailer park.
That's harsh. But there's at least like a fruit stand there somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I really loved it. It was gorgeous. The people were super friendly. I got not a bad word to say about it. I stayed in the
Did
city.
anyone
None
talk
of the
to you?
wildlife tried to get me.
Did anyone talk to you like, "What do you want for dinner?" Like really loudly, like in your face? And you're
honey,
like,
she's
"Actually, I
American.
speak
She's not."
perfect English." And they're like, "I think she's trying to communicate."
A little bit.
You're like,
I'm
"There's
like-
really no problem. I could just get my own." They're like, "She seems like she might be hungry," and they're like pointing at their mouth.
That's awesome. So you have American exceptionalism in Australia too, huh?
Australians.
No, that's just international.
Australians,
Come
like,
on,
pretty
guys.
much just copy. We pretty much just copy the US at this point.
Yeah,
That's
I don't know
unfortunate because
anything
that's
about-
like
Well,
copying you.
I've never watched a single episode of Critical Role or anything like that.
I've seen it. I've seen one, and I'm like, it's a bunch of fucking.
I tried. I fell asleep. I tried. I tried like twice, and both times I fell asleep. I have no idea what happened in it.
I
But
to
be
be
fair,
I watched
but the-
one and like they were having fun, but they kind of reminded me of like when I was a goth, and like I realized that like so many goths were actually like hyper extroverted nerds, and I was like, oh, this is really too much.
Yeah, okay, so Paul, how many of us here are former goths?
I used
No,
to date.
metal
I
Alright.
did not. The goth came after. It was after my time.
I was a punk, but I used to date goths because
Well, I started as a punk.
Well, yeah, all the
Yeah,
chicks were goths.
I mixed a little punk in with my metal. I mean, we were
Yeah, I was a
shopping at the same
metalhead,
stores,
yeah.
you know. So
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, back,
Dead
there was some
Kennedys
thing.
for
You
life.
could go to a punk thing one day and the heavy metal thing another day, and nobody cared.
Yeah,
It
in
was one of those-
Australia, it was like crossed over a lot with rave, like goth
the
and
rave.
rave were like, yeah, and rockabilly. and
I enjoy like synthwave. I love synthwave, and
Mhm.
I like some house music. It's kind of
Mhm.
cool to kind of
Yeah,
hang out.
I like most kinds of electronic music, but I understand that a lot of
Okay,
people
yeah,
find
classic, yeah.
techno hard to get into. Like,
But,
it's
like,
a
this is a
bit
little
abstract
personal.
for some people.
This is a little personal, but I used to like whenever Circle Jerks came out with an album or TSOL, it was just
Mhm.
like Jennifer.
Did you really like
Yes, welcome out. We got to go the whole song.
The Lords of Acid are like your area.
Lords of
Oh,
Acid
man,
is
that was
great.
that was an incredible album.
Jenna Torturers.
Yeah, I've
Crablouse.
seen them.
Crab-
I've seen
oh,
them
yeah, that's a great
play.
song.
The Gin and Torturers came out here to play, I think, at some
Oh,
point.
do they?
Yeah, they're kind of crazy people.
Oh yeah, they're like their stage show is hardcore.
My band played with VNV Nation and like Nitzareb and
Get out.
Covenant and stuff
Get
like
out.
that. Yeah.
Your
No
band?
way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's definitely a conversation for this
cool.
weekend or something, man.
Hey,
That's
Brian,
amazing.
I've
I
hung
love-
out with
I love
Covenant.
both
you
those
that song
bands.
already.
I've hung out with
What's
Covenant
that?
a couple of times. They're nice.
Payne's
they're nice
already
people.
sent you that song, and he says, "Leave it to Brian to be into big goth chicks." Laugh out
I
loud.
love goth
Was
chicks.
not expecting that.
So check this out. So I'm like
Added sarcasm for you.
I'm working as a roadie for my band, my friends, right? And they have this band, and we're in Deep Ellum, right? Deep Ellum is a big place in Dallas for all the alternative music, and we run across the corner, and there's all these hot goth chicks. I'm like, what the fuck is this? We need to go in here. And I guess we got in. I got in free because I knew everybody. It was Typo Negative. Right, I never even heard of them before. This was like
I love Typo.
early '90s or mid '90s or whenever they were just coming out.
Peter Steele
And I
is
just
amazing.
like, dude. I mean, the music was good, but man, the babes was just. I mean, if you wanted the and I'm into that kind of like that sultry kind of black and white look or whatever. And but yeah, that was a great show.
Yeah, he almost. I mean, there were some bands that preceded them that kind of touched on it, but Typo really opened up the whole. Like some people call it vampire rock, some people call it vampire goth rock, but it was a very unique sound. His first two albums were just
Didn't Bauhaus start the whole goth thing?
Well, no, they didn't start it, but they were one of the early ones.
I thought they were the
I
ones
quite
who
like,
coined it.
I quite like Bauhaus. I like Bauhaus a lot, but I'm more into like Susie.
Yeah,
And-
Susie, she was one of the early ones.
Hey,
I don't
James.
really like Sisters of Mercy, even though you're kind of supposed to. Like, I just could never get into them.
I had an
you know?
ex that burned me out on them. James, did you ever pick up the Creatures?
Yeah. So, like
the Creatures?
Steven Severin and Robert Smith.
But dude,
Like,
I was
from-
a huge rockabilly fan. I was huge into rockabilly. Like
There's a band that you would really like who are like a Russian surf rock band, and the girl in it is like stunning rockabilly chick. They're called the Messerchops, and they do like real surf rock, like Bombora style surf rock.
cool.
Really good.
Really?
Dick Dale kind of shit.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
sweet.
Very
love
Dick
surf
Dale,
rock.
actually. Very Dick Dale.
I
Lots of
fucking
spring
love
re-
Dick Dale. Dude.
lots of
That's
spring
California.
reverb.
That's out your way.
Sounds like
Yeah,
a porn
my
star.
old man used to hang out with some of those guys, Dick Dale and who was the other one?
Dale Tone or the Dick Dale and the
No. It'll come to me. But yeah, we used to have a couple of different surf rock CDs in the car. Anytime we're driving through the mountains and stuff like that, throw that in and just chill out to that.
Okay, I'm ashamed right now. I thought I was pretty versed in music. What the fuck is surf rock? I'm thinking Beach Boys. And I know that ain't it.
I just posted a link.
Yeah, listen to Dick Dale and the Dale Tones. Like, what's their big one? Like,
Smashing surfboards, busting surfboards.
busting surfboards. That would be
It's just all instrumental for the most part.
a lot of times. Yeah,
You know, like the song Green Onion?
Or tequila.
Tequila.
That's,
You know
that's
who's
kind of-
fantastic?
That
I
surfer.
It is old school stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's old school
Frank
Like the
stuff.
Zappa
Rivieras and
That surfer
shit.
stuff.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
You guys ever listen to any Zappa?
Oh, okay. Well, then
Oh
I know
my
what it
God.
is.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, we just I
a
grew up
good
just knowing
synthwave.
it was later era doo-wop.
So James off the board. But check out a Gunship. It's a synthwave.
What happened,
And,
James? Get your ass back in here.
Gunship and
there he is.
Pilot is really good. Pilot.
That was funny. I saw your hand.
Magic Sword is really good. Those are good synthwave bands.
Yeah,
man.
I got booted when I posted the link to Bombora by the Tornadoes, who were an Australian surf rock band from like back in the day, and that is like one of the definitive kind of.
It wasn't
Nice.
for posting it because it's in private, but I can't repost it. So just send it to me. Send it to me via Discord, and I'll shoot it out to everybody.
But to answer Paint Minis live, it's not big chicks, man. I love all women. I see beauty in everybody and everything, right? And I've been with big,
I think
skinny, small. Yeah, it's all good.
I think reducing people to body types is probably missing out on knowing cool
And
people.
listen, and for all you single guys out there that don't have any game, guys, all it takes is to walk up to somebody and say hi. You'd be surprised how far you can get with that.
Or if you can't
Seriously.
talk to girls, you can just hide behind a keyboard and like.
Oh yeah, dude. If you play an
instrument,
instrument, oh yeah. If you play an instrument, you're like 10 notches higher than the rest of us. Yeah, so that's
like,
true.
then they
Hey,
just come and talk to
speak
you
for
and you're
yourself.
like, oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I got a question
Gunship is
for you.
kind of retro wave then, right? It's
They
like
have an
80s synthwave.
sound. They have like an 80s sound, yeah.
Okay.
Pilot's
I got
really
one.
good. I think Pilot is more. I don't know. Pilot. I don't know. I guess this would sound 80ish, but it's good, man. It's
My
really
favorite
good.
synthwave artist is like really cheesy, really over the top. Like he sounds like Corey Hart sometimes. He's called Michael Oakley. And the last song that he did literally sounded like 1982 Madonna. Like it was so cheesy, and I was like, "This rocks."
I love
Like-
that shit. Like Jam Hammer, you know, remember Jam
yeah,
Hammer?
yeah, like Miami Vice.
Miami Vice, and yeah, that shit's awesome.
Yeah. Grandma's got
I got a
good selection.
question for you guys. I'm thinking of painting that works, not green. This
Yeah, do
particular
it.
group is
Hell
good.
yeah.
Do it. I like
Okay,
orange.
so
Great.
like orange one. So I got 3 colors here. Which one do you guys think
Oh, the palest.
for the base flesh?
Great.
Paler?
Do white orcs because then they're like tainted elves, right?
Oh, there you go. They'd be closer to the to the elfish kind of.
Yeah,
Wait.
pale.
I kind
I
of
really
like the
am.
way they did them in the Hobbit cartoon where they were kind of gray. I kind of like that, but that's me.
You paint them up like the orc kind of
all
work.
the time for.
Yeah.
Well, I could give them. I could give them a start off with like a one of the bone colors,
Mhm.
and then darken it up
That'd be cool.
for
Yeah.
their flesh.
I like pale.
Let's
Pale's
give that a shot.
Of course,
try
you're a
pale.
goth, dude.
Yeah, because all my
Thanks-
goblins and all my orcs are green,
I put cream,
and I
put
was
cream
like,
on it. I put cream on it, and the goth went away.
Mascara on it.
I did used to wear a lot of makeup, like an
you?
embarrassing amount of makeup, like
That's awesome.
where
That's
if I see
You're
photos of
moving on
myself
this
at the time, I'm like, oh, dude, like
Man,
look
I used
so
to have a
gay, like-
mohawk. I used to have a 12-inch
Well,
fucking
they're
Victory Spike
thick, so-
mohawk for like years and years.
Yeah, I had like a blonde stripe through my hair, like Dave Vanian from
Oh yeah.
you know, what's the band Grimly Fiendish? What's their name? Oh, I forget. But yeah.
God, I love that shit, man. I was, yeah. People
I
looking
liked
at
it,
you
but I
like,
found it too restrictive. Like I found it too
Really?
like I was a bit disappointed in how conservative and boring and restrained.
But
like
you know what it
nobody
was?
wanted to be uncool. No one wanted to be uncool in the goth world, and that made a lot of goths really boring.
listen, it took so much to be so out of the group, right?
Yeah,
It was like, wait a minute, because I was like, I was a punk that just had like a lot of times I just had normal hair and I just wore normal
Mhm.
clothes. I didn't wear all the punk shit. I'm like, dude, punk is supposed to be like individualist, going against the grain, whatever. What you're doing is
But in
self-prescribing to what
in
that
practice, it's very much about buying expensive boots and
exactly.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's what it's about.
I never
That
owned
first
any
time-
Doc Martens.
Oh, dude.
First
Those
time,
Cody Island Doc Martens cost me an arm and a leg.
Never
Yeah.
owned
A
pair.
kid told me, punk was about being individual
Hell
at
yeah.
one time. Yeah, a little middle
Used to
schooler.
be.
And I go. So let me get this straight. We can all recognize that you're dressing punk, right? And he goes, yeah.
You're
And I
prescribing
go,
to it, yeah.
It is
I
very
go, you
prescriptive.
realize punk has been around for a very long time. And he goes, what? I go, and so you're just dressing the same as millions of other people.
Exactly.
Like
That's
really,
the whole
my,
thing. Like, you
my
know, a
I
lot
don't
of
get
girlfriend,
individualism.
like a lot of punks fall into like bands, fall into like, you know, the political scene, which is great. I love the diversity and all that shit. But you know, they talk about, you know, like socialism, all that shit. But I'm like, but dude, we're about being individuals, not being a collective. And I'm still to this day. I don't prescribe to this. I hate labels, guys. I fucking hate it. I'm Brian. That's it. There's no one like me. I'm unique, right?
I'll
And
tell
it's
you, the
like,
Goths are some of the most conforming, nonconformists
yes,
I've ever
dude,
met.
exactly. That's what I was like, guys. You're just
Yeah, it
conforming
gets
to
a
this,
bit.
like.
I mean,
Dude.
I remember Ree always used to get a really hard time from other goths who'd be like, oh, you know, why are you going to all this indie stuff? Why are you going to all this electronic stuff? Why are you going to like reggae stuff? Like, you know, it's not very like.
Love reggae.
But she was like,
Ditto.
how did you know I was?
reggae fan.
She was like, how did you know I was there? Like, you know, you like you
You're
had to have
there,
been
yeah.
there as well. Like, you know, like. Yeah, I mean, it
That's
just
not
it
the-
like
that's not
after
the
a while,
point.
it became like just dull. I was like, all right, this is a real middle class kind of. This is where all the maladjusted middle class people go.
You know what it's like? It's like watching Uncle Buck. Remember when Uncle Buck goes to that party? You're just like, yeah, you guys are all trying to be like unique, but you're all the fucking same. You all look the same. You all act the same. You know what I mean? And you're just like, you're trying to fit into this group. And it's just
I
like,
think the thing for me was I just loved the music more than
Oh, yeah,
anything.
music's
I was
great.
way more into the music than anything else. All the other stuff I could
And
kind
that's
of take
fair.
or leave.
Be into the music, you
Yeah.
know. And if you like the
Yeah.
look, okay, cool. But don't lie to yourself and say you
I
look
mean,
like exactly like
Australia-
everybody else at the concert.
exactly.
Australia has yielded many melted goths because of the weather. Like, it's not a very goth friendly climate. But
Oh, I love like I remember in the 90s, was it Silverchair? I like those kids. They're pretty good. Did you ever, you know what I'm talking about? Silverchair?
yeah, they were huge.
I
They were
remember
like
They're pretty good.
a grunge kind of band.
Yeah,
and,
I didn't
like this.
really consider
this-
them goth though. They're
No,
alternative.
no,
Yeah,
no.
I
They're
wouldn't-
like grunge.
I wouldn't put them in that category,
No,
but
they
yeah,
weren't.
like.
Back in a
I
second,
mean,
folks.
I didn't like
Good.
grunge. I found it to be kind of dreary and like I was like, what are you rebelling against really? Like wall to wall carpet, you know, like
Yeah, like
yeah, it didn't have
Yeah.
quite the same bite that like punk did, and it wasn't as creative as
I like the
post-punk.
sound
It was,
though. I
it
enjoyed
was just
it.
kind of a little bit dreary, a little
It's
bit
like-
kind of like
It's like rock. Like
I had my heart ripped out by a girl, and then I became goth. And then, you know, but 8 years later, I got over it.
And after goth, we got emo.
No, I never went emo. We fought with emo.
Difference, to be
you
honest
re-
with you.
yeah,
Emos
like,
were just
emo-
goths who
I
couldn't
could
afford the
never figure
makeup.
it out myself.
Oh,
Emos were just like whack goths with like whack musical taste. They're like,
Yeah, emos wanted to be
hanging out the
goth,
front
but
of
they
a-
wouldn't stop cutting themselves.
is hanging
Oh,
out the front of a like train station goth because that's what we're going to be doing for like the next 4 years.
You know what,
Yeah.
man? No matter what scene I was in, you know, it was the constant was fucking rolling dice and gaming. I was always a gamer, no matter what. You know, I was always talking about it, and
No,
like,
I
you
always-
talk about that shit. I'm like, yeah.
I
dude,
always had a feeling that I always had a feeling that I get pulled back in, like from that. But I don't. For a long time, I just couldn't afford any of that stuff.
yeah.
And everyone else I knew was like starting a band, so that was kind of our main hobby. And I will get back into the music side of things because, funnily enough, gaming has given me more ideas. Like being exposed to all of this stuff that you guys are into has given me more ideas for music and put me more in a
sweet.
music making mood than going out to all those different places.
Hey,
every
you know, Weird World War II could use an original jingle.
Yeah, true.
Think about it.
Sure.
Think about it.
I need a new computer. That's my first thing. I need a faster computer because it's been years since I set up a proper studio, and that's item number one.
That's cool. It's cool how we just, we there's those things in our life that just never left us.
Yeah,
it might have slept for a while, but
I wanted to come back to it, but like at various times I popped my head in and it just wasn't the right time. Like I'd get curious about it, and then it's like, oh, they're killing off like Warhammer, the old world. Like, okay, I'll come back later. I'll come back later. And
Well,
it's like, come back
know,
a few years later.
You can always play the old system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. It's just I mean, I literally don't know any one person in my local area who war games. That's my big deficit. I would be so much more organized and like directed in what I'm doing if I had one person to play against in person.
Yeah.
I know there's a club in my area. I'm so busy. I can't do it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta go. I gotta go for dinner.
All right, man.
All right. You're gonna get into there.
Bye, everybody.
See you
Holy
later.
heck. Oh,
Okay.
hand of the Baskervilles moment.
No doubt. But yeah,
I watched. I was telling Shadow I was watching Basil Rathbone,
love
Sherlock
that
Holmes
guy.
the other night,
Best,
and there was a
Sherlock
World War
Holmes.
II. It was like a World War II setting.
Yeah, the secret
Yeah.
weapon. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one. That's
Yep.
the one, and it's got like that Italian count in it as the bad guy.
yeah. That's a great
Yeah.
one. I actually
Yeah.
got that movie is public domain, and I have it on
Yeah.
my channel. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll put
well,
it-
I watched it on YouTube the other night. That's like
That's
just
cool.
for nothing. A lot of those old movies are on.
I just picked up basic collection set for that a couple days ago. I saw it on sale at Costco.
Nice.
And
Oh, really?
my wife likes mysteries, so I'm like, you know what? I bet she's never read the original mysteries.
You know what's fantastic are the radio plays for Sherlock Holmes and the Shadow.
Yeah.
You know,
Like-
they got a bunch of that stuff on YouTube right now.
Oh,
I've
really?
been, they've been audiobooks and old vintage radio shows.
Oh man.
Spooky
I-
ones, sci-fi, mystery, the Shadow, the Spirit. I mean, Sherlock Holmes.
Spirit,
all
I
kinds
really
of- just do a search on I don't know, old time radio shows. And
Yeah, I
it-
like audio dramas and stuff like that. Like,
Oh yeah, they're great.
Yeah. I mean, with Doctor Who being pretty whack nowadays, like pretty
Yeah.
crazy. Like some of the Doctor Who audio dramas keep me busy.
That's cool.
In lieu of there being like good Doctor Who on TV, which I haven't really.
Nah.
I mean, I watched the last one that just came out, and I was like, it's a little bit wacky, but okay. You know, I can accept that not everything is made for my personal tastes. And also, I kind of have the necessary distance. I'm like, this is a show for children at the end of the day.
It was, yeah, it was. I don't know about now.
You know. Yeah, now it seems a little bit.
I think it's a
skewed.
show about the message.
It is very politicized, but in a really cack-handed kind of way, where like they very explicitly tell you rather than just let you arrive at your own kind of reflection on it.
They can't
like,
have that because if you might come to the wrong conclusion.
But the thing, I think it has the opposite effect. Actually,
Yeah,
I think,
I
like,
think it
most people are like typically like reasonably tolerant. You
Yeah.
know, like we might make a few off-color jokes or here or there, but at the end of the day, like we want people to feel welcome. It's when people are being very prescriptive and saying you have to use this language or have this
when you
mentality
have
around it, or
The whole
everybody should be welcome. You know, except
that's when I start to
Michigan
get a bit
Spartans fans. They are not welcome.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
came
mean,
from
a lot
I
of
came
those
from-
things. A lot of those things that are like people rail against as woke, literally go over my head until they're pointed out. Anyway, you know.
So
I don't always
Matt,
notice a lot of that stuff.
my family or my mother and my father graduated from Nebraska, so we were big corn.
Wow. So you're Cornhuskers.
Yeah, I mean, I was never big into it, but my family was because my
So-
parents were from there.
My dad and two of my older uncles were born in Waverly and Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, okay.
And so they hail from there. I've got family going back probably 6 generations there.
That's cool.
Yeah. In fact, I was just there this summer, but sadly my eldest uncle passed away. We had to go bury him.
Sorry.
But and the weekend that it happened, of course, fucking Cornhuskers game. Hotels are like $180 a night.
It's like your family's like, how the hell, hey, dare him die when there's a damn game on?
I know, right?
Selfish. That's what it is.
Selfish.
Yeah, and it was a big one too. I can't remember who they were playing. It was like Michigan or Penn State or somebody big.
But I remember when the Nebraska and the Oklahoma games were played. That was the big like.
Oh yeah, the
rivals, I
Sooners.
guess.
Yep.
That was the big thing. Yeah.
Mm.
I never understood it. I was never a huge like I liked playing sports, but I was never big like to be like rooting for sports. But yeah, they were huge into it.
I'll watch like the rugby union grand final between like Britain and Australia or New Zealand and Australia, but that's about it. Maybe watch the Cricket World Cup, like the highlights, but that's about it. I don't really care about sport.
You're a goth. Why would you?
Yeah.
Hey, I was a
I mean,
guy.
I did
I played
play-
football.
I did play lawn bowls once, like in full regalia with like while on acid, like at a bowling
What's
club.
lawn balls?
Lawn bowls is like an old people sport that old people play in like white uniforms.
Like
in a
bocce
special
ball.
little-
That lawn bowling.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, Bo, what's happening?
It's Bo. I was wondering where he's been.
Hey, Bo, you want in? Get your ass in here.
It's ball paint the mini because that's
Bo
what we
paints
do.
the
So,
minis.
Brian L commented earlier something about jazzabilly. Is that a thing?
Jazzabilly. I don't know, dude. There's so much diversity.
Wow. Yeah. So did I miss anything? Sorry, I had to step away, but
No, we pretty much shut up when you left.
yeah. No, I could hear you guys downstairs, but
Brian was talking about how bright orangutan bottoms can be to attract other orangutans.
Especially after you spank them.
I want to be. I want to be. What is it? The mandrill. The mandrill lets off all the pheromones and all the like. I'm the
Word on the street is you've been drilling men for a long time.
that's going to be his Venture Brothers characters, the Mandro.
The mandrill. That's great stuff. There was a Marvel comic villain, the Mandrill, and the whole thing. He looked, he had the face of like one, but he would like put the whammy on all the ladies and have him do his evil bidding. I'm like, hell yeah, that's awesome. The Mandrill.
There were some great super villains in Venture Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, every
I cannot
episode
wait,
was
I cannot
awesome.
wait to twist them to my own.
Should just play the Venture Brothers. You know what'd be funny? The Venture Brothers meet the quests.
What was
I'm not
it?
comfortable with the question.
Wasn't there an episode or two they kind of did? One of them?
What's his
There
name?
was one, yeah.
The one guy died.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Wasn't he the
Dr.
little
Quest
midget
bodyguard guy?
The little small dude?
And Johnny was on there, always in rehab.
Yes, he was always jacked up. Yeah.
Haji was there. He worked in the lab. He got locked in the lab for like years and couldn't escape.
Yeah. That was. I have
Wow!
not.
Wait!
I have
Minnie
not watched
says
that show.
Saturday he'll be joining the 50 Club. You do not
Who?
look 50, brother. Minnie Warbud. You do not look 50.
50? Wow. He's a young pup.
I'm only 39, but my insides are much, much older.
Oh man, it's crazy, man. The lifestyle that I led back in the day, and the things that I was doing. I mean, I wasn't a bad guy, but I was around.
I should be dead.
But yeah, it's like I never thought I would make 50 ever.
Nope.
I never thought I'd be 30.
47 was the pool, and I made it almost 10 in April. It'll be 10 years past.
You do not look 57, dude. You
I
look like
resent every day I pass on this shitty planet.
Oh, come on, man. It's the best place around, dude.
What's up, Bo? Welcome to the show.
Just got back from the gym, and I decided to actually get a little painting done tonight. So
nice.
Ditto.
Dude, I painted a shit ton tonight. Tons.
I'm still going over the same shit. Hey, what's up, Justin?
I've cleaned up 12 medals, so I feel like I've done something with my day.
I painted 6 zombies, 3 these damn Atrocins or whatever. These like whatever the snowmobiles,
Snowshoes.
whatever.
The conquistadors that you're working on. You know, it's funny. When I was putting together all these Shadows of Brimstone minis, I was like, God, I am not looking forward to painting, you know, the conquistadors and the Vikings. And I saved them for last, kind of. And I'm actually kind of digging them now.
You know, there was a board game that came out called Heroscape. Have you ever heard of that? That had a great line of minis, man. And
That great terrain as well,
Yes.
like a great
A
board.
buddy of mine keeps trying to sell me his collection. You think I should
Dude,
jump
get
on
'em.
it?
Get 'em. Yeah, they're fantastic, dude.
Just for the board alone, because you can play.
Yeah, it didn't have all
you can-
those like different, like the board was all a bunch of hexagon pieces.
Almost like the old BattleTech where you can build up the
Yeah, I
They
was
threatened
thinking
to
just
bring it
grabbing
back.
for-
They threatened to bring it back, but it didn't take off for whatever
Oh, it
reason. But I always thought it was cool.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I
It was
used
cool, but it very brittle these days. The plastic they use did not age
Right.
well. I bought a bunch of them from 2 different sources for BattleTech,
Mhm.
and it's impossible to pull them apart without them breaking.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's fine. Thanks, nerd.
Well,
Last
there's
thing
the
I need
heads
to
up
do
we
is buy a
needed.
bunch of garbage.
Yeah.
I used the Morrow. Have you remember the Morrow aliens? I used those for like my alien invasion guys, but like these guys. See if you guys can.
It sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it's like a
Hold
hero
on,
scale.
Brian, hold them up. Hold them up.
Okay.
Let me make you big.
It's like hero scale. It's like a weird mix of sci-fi and fantasy. Like there's a little bit of elements of both. And
So there we go. These
Okay,
things are
okay.
badass, and I have their vehicles. Like they kind of like drop. I'll have to pull that out real quick. Let's see it. I'm not gonna pull it. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, don't be pulling anything out without giving us fair warning.
I don't know. I mean, you guys are already talking about holding it up and making it big.
Yeah.
it's funny because it reminds me of the act of love.
The act of love, huh?
I didn't know it was an act. I thought it was the real, man.
Not when you're wearing that costume.
Let me. I'll wear my my Spider-Man costume one night.
The crotchless one?
Yeah, of course,
exactly.
of course.
Vassaless one.
I don't even want to know where the webs came out of.
You just have to hang 3 extra legs off that thing.
Uh-oh, we got
Bo's getting a call.
No.
So these Morrow I use kind of like a Tyranid. They're like bio things.
Mhm.
And you remember
Hey,
these, like
Bill, I can't bring you in unless I kick somebody. Hold on a
Justin
second.
has decided.
Draw straws.
Justin has decided
that
that
is
I'm
awesome.
ancient.
yeah, these are like drop pods, right? And then like
Oh, wow.
I had them like I said, you remember the old Tyranid? That's
Yeah.
all armor
Mhm.
cast ones. I said
Whoa.
these are infantry drop pods, and also they would carry like these things in their claws when they land or some shit. But yeah,
Mhm.
these are my alien race.
Wow, I love that shit. You're gonna have to send me a link, man.
Hey, y'all, I got to get heading anyway, so I'll drop out and he can come in.
Catch you
Okay,
later, Mac.
thanks, Mac. You're
All right,
you guys.
building a
Take care,
scholar.
brother.
Hey,
See you, Mac.
when are you gonna finish up that character sheet and let me know?
Me?
No, Mac. I guess he left. Okay, I'm gonna bring Bill in. Nerd, you wanted to say something?
I was just saying bye to Mac.
By the mech?
Nerds, we're not catching that.
She was saying goodbye to Mac.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh.
I said by the mech, like the
Yeah, I know. I was like, what? And David, I'll see about bringing you in just a minute.
You know what, guys? It's 10 o'clock. I've had a double gin and tonic in a pint glass, Bombay Sapphire, in a Bud Light loser cup. I got a good one. But yeah, I probably should go to bed. Mel's waiting for me.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey Brian,
Right,
before you
sleeping.
go,
Yeah.
before you go, I wanted to just say, if you want a jingle, I'll hook you up, man. No problem. I'll make something cool for you.
Yeah, shit, dude. I'll definitely. I mean, I'm not above like plugging people, dude. If you want to do some sort of like badass, like weird World War II, hook it up.
All right,
dude. That'd be
all
sweet.
right.
That'd be
What you
sweet.
want? Like some German oompa mixed with like bass,
No,
you know,
dude.
techno or
When
something?
I play, I put synthwave in the background.
Yeah.
That's what I listen to when I play.
So
So, like,
lots of octave bass and lots of chorus on everything. Chorus on everything.
All right, you got it, man. You got it.
right on, dude. That'd be sweet, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
But yeah.
Sounds
All right,
good.
guys. You guys, whatever you do in this crazy mixed up world, you keep it weird.
There you
You
go.
too, brother. I will see you tomorrow night, man.
We'll do, man. Take it easy.
If not
See ya.
sooner.
Nerds, Bo, how you doing? Good to see you guys.
Good evening.
Just trying to.
Hey,
I've been batch painting faces.
Oh, there you go. All right.
so
It's-
pure agony.
It's
Right,
it's
Right.
it's hell.
I had some faces I had done on these conquistadors, and every one of them, you know, it was just, you know, dry brush flesh over black, and they were looking great. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go throw some wash in there. And I'm like, what the frick was I thinking? Should have just left them as is. They were looking sharp. Fortunately, I stopped on the last one, the one I keep showing you. It gives him this sort of like dark, haunted look, you know, deep, dark, sunken eyes, you know, because he's been, you know, looking for the fountain of youth for freaking eons, and all he's finding is Cthulhu shit.
Yeah, this makes me want to claw my eyes out.
Yeah, faces suck.
Faces are they're hard, man.
Unless you're doing like monster faces, and then it's like, then it's absolute a joy. I don't know why that is.
I think it's
Because the features are huge on a monster. You can get every little detail so easily. They've got massive teeth, huge eyes.
Yep.
You're trying to get like a single strand of hair into the human's eyeball.
Yeah, it's painting eyes that I like the least about painting faces. Everything else.
Do any of you guys use 000s?
No, I don't. And I'll tell you what, most of those brushes, they don't hold any paint. They don't have a belly. You can get as fine a point. I mean, I've done eyes with a number 2 brush before because it's got a fine point. It's the point that's not going to be any bigger or smaller, but the belly of the brush holds the paint. Those really small brushes, they don't hold the smallest I'll use is a 0.
Okay.
That's just
I use a 0 as well, but I have used a 000 for eyes before. But you need to use a retarder medium so that the paint doesn't immediately dry.
Yeah,
So you gotta mix that together with it in order to get that tiny little dot you want. It's kind of ridiculous though. I've only done that once or twice.
I don't really paint eyes. I don't bother. I like highlight a face before I paint eyes.
Yeah. I like doing like an OSL on big monsters. Like when I did the Octorilla, I did the eyes white, and then I got the airbrush with red ink and put it right up next to his eye and sprayed the red, and so he looks like his eyes are glowing. And it turned out really well. I just had to touch up when it got behind the head a few drops of red ink. Once I touched that up, it looked great.
I love doing glow effects on eyes.
On 28 mil models, like I'll just paint them like one color. You know, I know my limits.
I've been kind of trying to mess around with color theory again after not having done it in years, and yeah, that's been a trip trying to relearn what color triads are and stuff.
Well, a lot of the new you can get paints that are already in triads. The one I'd like to play with is using mother colors, especially for like a like civilians, like science fiction civilians. And no matter what color, say for example, I'm going to paint them up, and I'm going to put one drop of purple in all of the paints, so that all of the paints have a purple tint, whether it's a brown or a black or a white. The time together. I've watched some videos on that, and I would love to do it, but I haven't the patience.
Okay.
The best way to start with something like that is to use like colors that are really sympathetic to purple, like light blues, browns, that kind of thing, dark reds, things that all, like mix up from it.
Yellows.
Yeah.
So do the colors have personalities then? Like purple is, kind of a royal color, but then, you said they're all sympathetic to it. So are they just kind of like other, monarch
When I
colors?
say sympathetic, I mean like,
and then like green.
Like they're kind of in the ballpark, so they're like either a cool color, or if they're a warm color, like they contrast with it, like so that they mix, or like the actual paint mixes or layers well, rather than like what it signifies.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'm just saying, then you got, yellow, who is kind of the goth of the paint world, kind of hard to necessarily put with other colors, kind of that
yellow
outlier.
goes really well over like pink.
Yeah,
pink is like a great base for yellow, and so is bone white.
Yeah, for
Which
sure.
is really weird if you think about it. You would think it doesn't make sense, but I've seen it done, and if I ever think about using yellow, that's what I do.
I was just trying to make a joke with a play on words, but my humor is still I'm still working on that.
And if I were thinking about painting in yellow, I slap myself in the face.
We just do dick jokes here, basically.
Yeah, this is not the clever room. Don't
Hey,
fight too hard.
Like you just needed to put the words dick and balls in your joke, and it would have gone over hilariously.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll keep that in
Yellow
mind.
is the big dick color, is what he's saying.
Clearly,
Thank you both. Thank you both.
Wow, man.
Saving Mike Heister live on stream. I owe you.
Hey,
a beer.
Raven, how you
Coming in
doing?
here, trying to add a touch of class. I don't know what you're doing.
Speaking of class, we got Raven in the chat.
Hey, Raven.
Hey.
She needs to get her paintbrushes and paints out. I sent her a bunch of supplies, and
Good.
apparently the raccoons and squirrels and cats keep stealing them.
Oh boy,
It's not surprising. It's not
Yeah, I sent her
surprising.
some cool stuff, and not seeing any of her work. She's never really painted minis before. She's done a lot of other things, so I've seen her work, and I'm like, she knows all the techniques, the dry brush and stuff like that. I wish I could have sent her some washes, but speaking of washes, I saw a video. I mean, but when I say I saw it on my feed. I didn't watch it yet. That washes are a crutch. What do you guys think?
no nonsense.
Use whatever.
They're an amazing crutch that everyone should use.
Use whatever you want to use. Like use whatever gets the job done. Like use.
Paint brushes
I-
are a crutch. Just use your
I
fingers.
personally love washes. Like I love washes and I love inks. I actually like them more than speed paint. So like,
Soft tone. This is my best friend when it comes to paints. I love this. I love Army Painter's soft tone so much. I've gone through, I want to say 7 bottles in the last 3 years, and I've got 2 more bottles.
People always say, like I saw someone saying that airbrushes are a crutch, and I'm like,
what?
It doesn't even make sense. It just do what puts paint on the model, like the way that you want it to go. Like that's it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. Because I'm the only real painter, and if you use the technique I don't, it's a crutch to make up for your inferiority.
That's exactly.
Amen,
that's
nerds.
the thing. It's like even people like talking about slap chop and stuff like that. Oh, that's not really painting. It's like, well,
see,
no,
I'm the
pretty sure it is.
shittiest painter here. That's why I have you guys on, so I can pick your brains. My paint
Well,
jobs are
between
crap.
all of us, like if you added all of our skills up, you would have a great, like an amazing painter.
One
Oh,
great
no,
painter.
no. That is so wrong. That is
No,
so
I
wrong.
can
Bo
put it like
is
that.
already there. Bo is already there, man.
No, a Sam Lenz or a Vince Venturella would just come in and wipe the floor with me.
To be fair,
That's
I
pretty
think
good. Your
Vince
stuff is pretty
Vanzarella
good,
would wipe the floor with absolutely anyone.
Yeah, he's been a
Uh,
really good source of. I go to his videos for tips all the time. Like,
Yeah, if I'm really
Mhm.
stuck on something, I go to him. But if I want to actually enjoy what I'm watching, I watch Sam.
You know, you were talking about this.
Heavy metal attitude.
You were talking about soft tone being, you know, your baby there, Shadow,
She is.
and for me, it's streaking grime. I would be streaking grime sugar daddy every day of the week.
yeah,
Oh,
it's good stuff.
streaking
It
grime.
is good
Yeah,
stuff.
I made my own.
Hey Raven, you want to jump in and hang out with these schmoes? Here's the link.
I'm gonna jump out because I'm boiling. Like I need a cold shower. It's too hot here.
Yeah, okay. Too much.
I'm
too much
melting.
adult talk. I got you. No,
I'm
seriously.
melting. So I'll catch you guys later. I'll be listening in.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
Likewise. I'll catch you
Yeah,
guys.
you guys need to hang out more with us. Both of you two. Can't get enough of either of you guys on the show, and you know I'm always pestering James at home when he's doing stuff. You know what I mean?
I've got a ton of Cal's minis to paint, and I've just been really loaded at work.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Cal's a phenomenal painter. Why are you painting his minis?
I just wanted to help out. He's got such an
okay.
extensive collection. Have
Yeah,
you know how many he's got? Like 15,000 minis.
Yeah, I'm catching up. I'm catching up.
I was concerned. I was like, dude, you want some help painting those? And he was like, yeah, I'll send you some. And so I'm super happy about it. But I haven't gotten down to the paint room in like a week. I need to head back down there at some point here.
This is funny. We know you love to streak, Bill. I've never actually used that. I've got a Games Workshop like 10-minute bike ride from my home, and I have such a love-hate relationship with them. I love a lot of their products, Tesseract Green and Valhalla Blizzard and a few other things, but I can't. I went in there about 2 weeks ago to find out about the Legion Imperialis. I was thinking about it, and then James L sent me to a link. I was gonna probably pick it up when it came out, and I knew it had already come out, and I figured I'll go to my shop, and if they don't have it, put a reserve. And they told me they're not even going to get a copy of it because there's such a tiny little store or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'll go look. James sends me a link, and I was watching the video, and it's like $50 for 2 epic scale freaking tanks. I'm
wow.
like,
yeah.
I'm not retarded, right? I can go and literally buy like 3 to 5 of the old metal epic Games Workshop tanks off eBay for about the same price. And I've got some spots missing in my collection. So I'm like, I guess I'm just going to have to wait until, I come up with a really, really good reason to pick it up. Plus, he told me about the game, Epic Warpath from, I think it's Mantic. They're doing their own 6-8 millimeter version of Epic Space Marines. And I'm like, stuff looks nice, but you know what? I've got all the old Epic stuff. What am I doing? Just break that out. Me and Jackie actually played a game of Epic when he was like 8 years old. It was a ton of fun. And the only thing that's been holding me back on Epic was the plastic infantry. They're like more expensive than the metal pieces, by units and things like that. And I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And then I'm like,
hook up your 3D printer, dude.
Yeah. Here's my hot take for it. And maybe nerds, Bo, Shadow, maybe you guys agree, but Games Workshop is the cable company of tabletop wargaming, and 3D printers are now the new streaming service.
better because I mean the streaming, pardon me, 3D printing is so. I mean, Nerd will tell you it's so decentralized. You know, it's you can't stop the signal, Mal. I mean, you're never going to be able to keep people from creating and sharing STLs. You're never going to be able to stop that. I mean, if big websites shut down, they'll just do it over Discord or like something like that. The people will always have the ability to share STLs.
Hey, David, we've got 2 spots. If you want to pop in, you're more than welcome. Raven, I'm saving the last spot for you. And as per L's comment here, you know what? In California, I would see them coming. Where I live, it's wide open, and you know most of the people who live out where I do are retired. So I don't think there are too many retired muggers here, but you never know.
I couldn't agree more with David's comment there about ended up just getting most stuff off of eBay at a discount. I mean, like most of my stuff is just eBay rescues from stuff stripped
I've got
out of it.
I've got a small eBay business where I used to not only do eBay sales, but I would, like you said, rescue old minis with, by stripping them and then reprimering them and then, dumping them back on eBay. And I made a pretty penny doing that. But lately it just seems like, because mostly what I was selling was, lead minis from, oh, you want to come in, Cal? You are more than welcome to come in. Whoever gets the next spot, you guys are welcome to come in. I just, Cal, you like almost never want to come in. But you're absolutely. Oh, okay, Dave. Yeah, Cal, get your ass in here. David's sort of bowing out, I guess.
Yeah, to answer L's question, 3D printing is overpriced, woke, and nothing is of real value, like Disney Plus and Netflix. No, I was just saying that GW charges their monopoly prices, but then 3D printers are, the monthly subscription for an artist to make you whatever you wanted, I see a lot of those out there where it's like, hey, I kind of like doing Space Marines, or I like doing elves or something like that. They start up a Discord channel, you pay $8 a month and you get as many Space Marines and other things you want, from those people.
Hi, my name is Mutt. Welcome to the show, brother. You snuck in.
Hold on.
Al, get your ass in here before it's too late. I'm pretty sure Raven's gonna just listen.
Is that good? Is that good? I'm over here. All right.
You all right, man? You having an earthquake there?
No, I got this stand I put on top of the computer.
Mini Warbuck, good to see you.
So there's Bo. Hey, sexy beast.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, man.
Man. Hey, I got another question for you guys. Check this out. Okay. When you guys are basing your minis, right?
Yeah.
I never use like some of the traditional things, and maybe by traditional, I'm off on my understanding of it. When it comes to rocks, I use rocks. When it comes to sand, I use sand. I'll grade it. I never use like cork or wood or bark or crap like that, or kitty litter like Bo's fond of using, because I wouldn't let a cat in my house and my life depended on it right now because my dog would eat it.
A long time red cat in the house. You can go down to the store and buy a bag of kitty litter. You know that they're not going to like check your ID to make sure you own a cat, right?
No, I understand that, but if I bought the bag, Jackie would be like, "We're getting a cat," and then I'd be in,
Well, here's what you do. You buy the bag of kitty litter when you're not with her, empty the bag into like a trash bag, and then bring it in the house. That might raise some questions on its own, but I mean, it's basically the if you were going to go to the drugstore and
I meant Jackie, my son, not Jackie, somebody else.
Sorry. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, still, you
the son of Shadow and Son.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's the other half. I'm still diving into your channel, man. I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly but surely.
Why are we smuggling the kitty litter?
Just because I don't want my son thinking we're getting a cat, because he'd love to have a cat, and my dog would not, and my dog would eat the cat.
But yeah, I would just put it in something that isn't the kitty litter bag before you get home. I mean,
although I can
you
have
just do
Raven
it-
send me like a Ziploc baggie of kitty litter, I suppose. Not used, of
Would
course.
he not
Raven.
believe you if you told him, "Hey, we're not getting a cat. This is for basing"?
He just give me those puppy dog eyes, like, oh, okay. And then,
So once it starts that conversation, he's getting a cat.
plus, believe it or not, we get all our rocks and our sand, and I do use like twigs and sticks, but I use them for like trees as opposed to like try to make them look like rocks. Hell, I am not touching that.
Yeah, I saw that too.
But oh yeah, I almost forgot what I was going to say. We go on hikes here where we got, we live out in the desert, so there's lots of open places to go rock hunting and things like that. So we'll pick up all kinds of stuff while we're out, and I try to keep doing that, because we're only going to be here for a couple more years or whatever before we move to Texas, which is another desert, I guess. But we've got some fond memories of hikes and finding cool rocks and stuff like that. Do you guys ever actually use like real rocks, or do you go with the other tricks of the trade?
I've got a bag right here. This is a bag of gold sand from Arizona, nearby Area 51. I knew a guy who actually ended up buying a gold mine, and or Nevada, Nevada.
Yeah, I was like, I'm in Arizona.
That's the wrong place. Yeah, Nevada. Anyways, but yeah, he bought a gold mine near Area 51, and
because he's going to tunnel his way under Area 51, isn't he?
No, I don't think so. But he sent me all his gold sand, and I plan on using it for like Cal's dwarves. So it's actually got gold on the base, for his abyssal dwarves. I kind of forgot he's in the thing, but yeah, it's actual gold in there. So I mean, I use real materials all the time. It's the best stuff to use if you're trying to emulate natural stuff.
Yeah, here, let me see if this is what I do for trees.
Most of the minis I'm painting right now, I'm emulating asphalt. So to emulate asphalt, I use thin down white glue and sand, and then I leave it black, and then I dry brush it white.
Looking good, Mini Warmutt.
Looks like asphalt.
These are just twigs from mesquite trees.
Right. We made a.
Where do you live?
Couple...
You got mesquite trees.
Huh? Arizona.
I'm from Arizona.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it. You lived in Kearney.
Yeah, that's right. You go hiking in Kearney.
Well, yeah, we travel through Kearney. Matter of fact, I'm going to be traveling through Kearney tomorrow, going to Tombstone and.
Are you going to stop for pizza? You're going to stop for pizza, right?
That little pizza joint in there. Yeah. We'll see. So we'll see.
I used to work there.
Yeah, I know. We had that conversation a long time ago.
Was that the pizza place? I don't remember talking about the pizza place.
Yeah. And Kearney Lake is no bueno.
Nothing to do in Kearney but drink beer and yeah.
Yeah.
No, Raven. Well, I'll tell you what. If you put the kittens in a box, I'll think about it. And tape it real good. Then I could just feed him to Chewy.
Trash train, buddy. Trash train.
Hells yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I love crafting stuff out of garbage.
Shadow, all the quantum people would tell you that a dog will protect your physical property, but cats are to protect your spirituality, right? They protect you from evil spirits and ghosts and all that stuff.
Do you see this face? Do I look like I'm worried about that? Nice.
It's a landing pad.
Hold on. I'm going to make you big.
Make it big.
Yeah. This is a landing pad here where
Is that like a pie tin?
this is a microwave. Used to be Marie Callender's microwave plate.
Nice.
Dipping
Really good,
sauce
dude.
from like Burger King.
Uh-huh.
These are sprinkler filters from Sprinkler Heads.
Is that from a 22 box of 22 shells?
No, these are sprinkler filters.
No. In front of the underneath the that thing.
I can't remember where I found that at. And this, I
Okay,
just
it looks
this is a printed console. But yeah,
Yeah. Nice.
So it's just a landing pad. Just
Right.
That's cool.
yeah.
Nerds, what you Nerds, what you been working on these days? I'm just curious.
I have not made much progress. I've made a couple NIS 3D models, and mostly I've just been drowning in work. I haven't really gotten any paint done. I haven't got any games done. No real cool projects to brag about.
Ah, that's rocking, dude.
Sick.
Oh yeah, I'm down for some trash terrain. What game are you gonna use it for?
For any games, here. I'll go ahead and take out my little pride and joy real quick, and I'll stop. You know, see, I'm big time in the post-apocalypse stuff, and this was my first one. It's supposed to be like a Roadhouse kind of thing, the little spring
It's
thing
not
on there.
too shabby.
There you
The
go.
front needs a little work, but other than that, that's you got it down, dude. The
Yeah.
corrugated, tin shack look.
Yeah,
Friggin'
that's the
chef's
first one I ever did.
That's looking good.
Oh well. All right, I'll stop.
No, you don't have to stop. Bill, that message is for you from Cal.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah.
Fine, I'll keep going.
Yeah.
I need to fill this in because I learned a lesson about those that clear water stuff that you use for like HO. What's it called?
Yeah, like clear resins and stuff.
Yeah, I learned that it sinks down when it dries.
Oh yeah.
But this is just like a torture thing. Victims climb up here and you jump into the acid.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you go.
So these are two spray paint caps on here.
Oh,
These
okay. I see it.
are that's screened from outdoor window screens.
Sure.
Cool.
These are just sprues I cut up and sharpen up, and they are sharp. And you just put the pieces of sprues as spikes.
Nice.
So,
that would make a fun dice tray too.
yeah.
Yeah. I used that clear what was it, Woodland Scenics clear water resin stuff before. I was building a terrain board for a local hobby shop for the game group, this giant 4x8 thing. I used up like 4 bottles of that stuff. It's not cheap either.
If you want to spend a night in Mondo, you could stay at
Let me ask you
Mondo.
a question then.
There you go.
Let me ask you a question then. What
Yeah.
was the base? Was the base those really big sheets of that pink foam that's like 1.5 inches thick? It's like
Yeah,
4
it
feet
was.
wide by 8 feet long.
8 feet.
That you get at Home Depot. The really
Yep.
big sheets. Was it that was made from?
Okay, you guys are pissing
Yep.
me off. You guys know I can't get the pink foam here in California. Apparently, it's illegal.
Nice.
I love that. I
That's
love
looking
it.
good.
I don't know if they're.
Hey, the red ones go faster.
Yeah, the red
I
ones
love
do.
the hand grenade. Dropping
Right.
the bomb with his hand.
And then I used Warthog jet engines underneath from a model kit. This is a P40, or was it the Jugs? P40, I can't remember.
47.
Yeah, P47s, yeah. So
That is great.
yeah.
I find it hilarious because he's throwing the hand grenade, yet there's so many bombs still on the plane.
Yeah, you got the little grout behind them. So,
That's epic.
That's
You know,
really
that
nice
was-
work, dude.
Yeah, I made the terrain table out of that pink foam stuff, and I had no clue either that was gonna literally basically turned to almost nothing. Like, I mean, if you're talking water, it's got to be really thin.
Oh wow! Did you make that all scratch or?
Yeah, this is an ATST, and I gone ahead and I don't know where I found this big old gun, and then I put
so like Star Wars thing.
Yeah, and then put a couple grots on there, just hanging off there.
That is really cool, man.
So
Yeah, I'm dumping some grots.
oh well, I can keep going.
Why not, man?
You got Chuck Norris back there?
Huh?
You got Chuck Norris from your Zombicide stuff? I'd love to see a close up of him again.
My what?
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris. Oh,
yeah,
he's painted. Yeah,
yeah.
But
Let's see a close up of him again.
So I got a mess.
That was a killer mini. I saw that on your shorts. That was a really cool mini.
That's all my Zombicides right there. All of them except the Marvels.
There you go.
Did you get the Undead or Alive?
Yeah, I got the whole thing, the full pledge.
Did you get the Iron Maiden?
No, I didn't bother with the Iron Maiden. I don't know. I had that. The Marvel, the Zombicide Marvel, and the Deceased. I just have no interest in those. I don't know why.
Is the Marvel stuff still available?
Game Steward. If you go to GameSteward.com, they still have it. One of the big starter pledges where you can get it over there. So you could get Marvel Zombies and all that right now, the retail stuff right now on Amazon or wherever. So
what is Zombicide?
Just it's a board game. Kind of.
Who said
it has some continuation abilities?
It's freaking Zombicide. You didn't know about Zombicide?
I've been under a rock, buddy.
It's been around since 2012.
So it's a board game.
It's a miniature board game, and you can play it. It's got jillions of missions and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
But, my hope is to play them all. I'm still stuck. I still have to finish Prison Outbreak missions, and then I was going to go to Rue Morgue, and then I was going to do Angry Neighbors and Toxic City Mall, and then advanced on to. I was going to do it all in order, chronological order.
There you go.
But that takes a long time. So
I thought it was some kind of survival war game, like zombies versus humans or something.
Well, you're
like
survivors,
right?
It's a cooperative game.
Yeah.
The game mechanics act as the referee or the other side, if you will, kind of like other games, Mutant Chronicles, Shadows of Brimstone. There's like an AI built into the rules.
Gotcha. Okay.
There you go, Bill. There's all my Kings of War starters and all that.
Oh, damn.
Bruh.
Lots of plastic wrap in there.
And then there's
I noticed that too. Our friend James L., he's a big Kings of War fan. I'm trying not to get suckered into a fantasy war game in 28 mil. Just I could go nuts with that.
It's all this. And then I've been putting them in. See, those are the cases I use. I go ahead and get the cheap old dollar kitchen stuff you put on the bottom of your silverware. I place it under there, and those suckers stick.
Yeah, they do.
And
I know what you're talking about. It's like rubber.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with that stuff is that it deteriorates, and then you have to scrape it off the bottoms of the miniatures when you pull them out, and it rips.
Yeah. So, and then I got my. That's all the Warhammer I have is just that Kill Team, Dark Vengeance, the Age of Sigmar original.
I've got a whole crap ton of Kill Team I'm trying to get rid of. A lot of it's still sealed. I bought it as part of a collection. I think it's first or second edition. I got just a crap ton, and I'm just like, I'm never going to play this.
There you go, Bill. There's my little paint station. Ooh.
Nice, looking good, man.
So
the Kill Team, the old Kill Team terrain is really great, though.
Yeah, that's why I got it.
Yeah, but at the price that it's going for, some of the boxes like $250. I'd rather have the money and buy stuff that I actually.
And there's my game table.
There you go.
Nice. You got a nice
Yeah,
place. Nice setup there,
Yeah,
man.
that is cool.
Yeah, and there's the entry to the door. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's big enough. So there's all my
Big enough
books.
to game and do all your stuff at the same time. I got to go from room to room, you know.
I'm gonna try to put a fridge right here.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, and then I could live in here. Anyway, but
Where are you going to put the microwave on top of the fridge, right?
Yeah, actually an air fryer, man. I'm starting to love those.
Yeah,
air
there you
fryers.
go. There you go.
So,
I love. We were just talking about air fryers the other day. Those
Yeah.
things are awesome.
They are, dude. Oh, it almost looks like a butt, doesn't it? Anyway,
All right, I'm going to shrink you down.
yeah, get me off. Get me off.
No more bragging. I'm getting jealous.
Get me off.
You painting a BA64?
Yes. You saw that, huh?
Yeah, checking my
Not yet,
eyesight, making
James,
sure
not
I,
yet.
I saw what I thought I did.
Because James, you got me looking at Mantic and some of their sci-fi stuff over fantasy.
Oh yeah. I don't know. The thing is with the Mantic Sci-Fi, it's pretty neat because what they make is you can actually use all the armies for all three of their like Warpath, their newest one, Firefight,
right,
and Dead. Was it Dead Zone?
Mm-hmm.
You can use all those armies for all three of those games.
Yeah, and I like a little bit. Don't get me wrong. I love Necrons and Tyranids. Not a big fan of some of the other armies, and not a fan of the prices. And I like the fact that they're working with Archon Studios, using some of their models, like their tanks and stuff, because I guess some of the other games that they have slated or keep getting pushed back, like Starside and Empire of Man. Did anybody ever see that way back in early 2010-ish?
I'm a newbie to the hobby. I'm going to be 50 in Saturday. I started when I was 46 in this hobby.
There you go.
Hey, there's no time like the present, I always say.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. I didn't see. I am also freshly exposed to a lot of these miniature companies too. Mainly because the places that I used to frequent for like tabletop games, like they basically just catered to the 40K crowd and maybe like Flames of War or what's the other big World War II one? Bolt Action. It was basically just those two games. One World War II and then like 40K. And that was like their money makers, right? But like since I've seen sculpts from Mantic, Cal's Mantic stuff too, like I'm impressed by a lot of these companies. They do great work and their prices are better. The games seem really fun, and have great mechanics to play with. But yeah, I'm kind of an infant when it comes to these other companies. I had never heard of Zombicide before I saw your stuff, Mini Warmut.
Oh man, it's been around. That's a actual like almost a lifestyle game. Some of these people with what they do and stuff, and it's amazing. They have now Zombicide has RPG out there now.
Oh really?
Yeah, they have an RPG.
That sounds fun.
And all that. So, daughter's home. You can always tell when my daughter's here because she's loud. So, 17-year-old.
It's about time for me to turn in.
Turn in. You're not working tonight?
No, I'm working. I'm working with Dad. Today's Thursday. I'm working Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then I work one more Saturday at my old job, and then I start my new job on Monday the 18th.
Do you know your hours yet for the new job?
No, it'll be nice. But
okay.
Yeah.
I only work nights.
It's fine.
I don't like people during the daytime.
See, because he's a vampire. When he grows up, he's going to be the bad guy from Lost Boys.
Well,
Really?
he's a method painter. You know how they have method actors where they kind of stay in their trailer and do weird seancey stuff or eat raw eggs or something. He's a method painter. See, he's protecting his eyesight by only working nights. And then when he gets to the desk, he's got these cat-like eyes that he can pick out the fine details with.
I really wish, but what happened was that the recruiter, the manager at this new job, I used to work with her at another job, and she recruited me. She said, "Hey, are you looking for new work?" I said, "Well, I was looking for a job when I found this one." And she said, "Well, we pay more." And I said, "Well, okay, sold." I'm not loyal. I mean, I like money. I have a little bit of money.
If Jobs can fire you on the spot, then it should work the other way around.
That's it. Yeah. Right to work, right? Yeah. Right to work means right to quit.
Yeah. Right.
I gave my old boss a notice, 2 weeks notice about 4 days ago. I said, "Hey, dude," I said, I'm leaving you. It's not me, it's you.
Shot to the heart, man.
It was like breaking up from a bad relationship, man. It was like, I'm leaving you, Michael.
Oh, been there, done that. The worst ones are the abusive places because you kind of got that Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
9 years I worked for this company.
That's a long time.
So, but now I'm going to go work for the government and be on the dole for a while. It could be a payroll leak.
Government's not bad.
Get paid more for less work, and that's all I really want. All I really want from life, right? I want more money for less work and more time to get it done.
You're starting to sound like a Californian, brother.
Sounds like an honest person.
Right.
You California, man. Ugh.
Hey, I'm only here for another couple of years. Then I'm Texas bound, where I'll be opening.
Oh, Texas bound. Yeah, skip us, please. Skip us. We got too many Californians here.
Hey, I'm one of the good ones. I just couldn't get a truck.
Yeah, I don't understand. Here's my little rant, and then I'll stop. But Arizona, the Californians, I mean, they just flood. They're just flooding over here like crazy.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and swap plates when I move. I'm going to go to Arizona, get some Arizona plates, and then go to Texas, so that when I get there,
that'll work. So,
so I just pretend like I'm an Arizonan.
But a lot of them coming over here because they want to bail from, I guess, whatever the social ideas or whatever's going on in California. But they're all coming over here, bringing the ideology over here.
Now you won't have to worry about that with me, man. Hey, Grandma, Cal, well, let's just caravan all at the same time and get the hell out of here.
There you go.
So,
I love people, right? There's nothing better than people. I don't judge nobody for nothing. But
have you met a dog?
Yeah,
dog? Yeah. Well. So my only thing to add to the California part is that a lot of people from California, when COVID hit, and then all of a sudden they had the option to work from home, they started buying real estate in like touristy places, and I live in one of them. And so if you wanted to afford a house, if you were blue collar, good luck to start with. But now it's just gotten to the point where I had to move because I just couldn't afford it to be in my own hometown. Right. And it really was heartbreaking because all of the like tech sector people just got up and moved there, and rents got through the roof already. From a college town, they were in really high, but then they just got through the roof when the tech people started showing up, and it was really tough. I wish I could go back home, and I can't.
But that attitude about wanting to work from home is going to come back and bite them all in the butt. This is what's going to happen. All those tech people working from home, and they don't want to go back to work. The company's going to say, "Why should I hire you when I can get somebody working from home in India or Pakistan for half the price?"
Hey,
right. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's always been that outsourcing game. It's just, you know, capitalism's downward spiral or whatever end game. But I don't know. It seems to me like that work from home thing is almost here to stay.
I think that I think it's just another form of outsourcing, and I think the people that are doing it are gonna wish they hadn't.
That very well could be. It's going to be a while before we see any like actual numbers or reasonable data to find out what's actually going on with that. It's going to be at least I think it's going to be another year to 2 years before we see the actual ramifications of work from home. Because office buildings are empty, and there's a lot of people with big bucks all tied up in commercial real estate, and they're not getting paid. So
Yeah.
we'll have some answers soon, I'm sure.
Well,
But it would be nice to, be able to sit at home and answer some phone calls or something at my computer while I'm sitting here, painting up my Death Guard or whatever other little project I'm working on,
Well,
nice.
when I open my shop, I am looking for a business front that has living space above it, so that I am working from home. I just go downstairs and turn on the lights and turn on the open sign and watch all the weirdos come in, at 2:00 in the morning, wanting a quick pickup game of this or that. But I'm totally down with that. It's been my dream, and I'm just a couple of short years away from making it happen.
Cool.
Are you going to do online sales, Shadow, too?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
can you
yeah.
support
Most of my
the Shadow
sales-
and the Sons thing.
Most of my sales will probably be online eBay stuff. What I want to kind of do is not quite a pawn shop in the game shop, but let people know I buy, sell, trade. I'll buy their stuff and then clean it up, put it on eBay, and get the right price instead of watching people come in and go, "Why is this so expensive?" Well, because that's the going rate,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
get rid of my my Magic cards and other stuff that trying to, like, for example, I've got about 50 to 100 grand in Magic cards, and trying to sell them anywhere except from a glass counter inside a store, you're just going to get bent over, and between theft and fraud and deceit and whatnot online, selling cards like that, it always works in favor for the buyer with eBay, and I'm not down with that. I got burnt once on a Magic card, and I'm like, I had a tracking number, I had a delivery signature confirmation thing, and eBay still sided with the guy saying I didn't get anything. And I'm like, he signed for it. Oh, that could have been anybody. So they took my money, gave it back to him. He got his card, and I got, nothing.
The shaft. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't wait to buy stuff from your store online. That's gonna be awesome, man. That's a big move. I'm excited for you. That
Yeah,
sounds
me
great.
too. I'm gonna, like I keep telling people, I want it to be kind of close to the Reaper Factory, somewhere between the Reaper Factory and Omen Owl and Brian from Weird World War II. That way, I got gaming buddies out there. There's a couple other Texans I'd like to hang out with from time to time.
Yeah, Brian, whatever.
Loser.
So loser. Anyway, I can tell you, nerds. I'm waiting on Neptune 4 Pro to show up.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I finally decided to not be a purist anymore. So I'm entering the 3D stuff.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh well. We'll see.
I saw something that might interest you the other day there, nerds. And I'm not sure if you heard of it or not, but I saw that there is Oculus, or not Oculus, it's Adobe Medium, I believe it's called, but it's a VR sculpting program that's really cool that you might want to check into. And it apparently it does some really cool 3D modeling stuff, and especially since you get depth perception with a VR headset. It makes
Really?
doing sculpts quite easy. Yeah,
Wow.
literally, I tried it out with my Oculus just a little while ago, but like I didn't really have all the back end skills to do the entire sculpting thing, but you know, you can basically add clay or remove clay from the sculpture, or you know, bring in different you know, basic shapes, or even you can load in like little parts and pieces to make a robot really quick or something, and then export it into like Blender and do some finishing processes to it, and then you've got your STL. But it's all like, it feels like it's right in front of you, like you're just working with literal clay.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
It's the future.
It's pretty cool. I wish I had more time to devote to it, but painting minis is eating up a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I just started watching a quick video on that. That is really cool.
Yeah, check it
Now,
out. I bet it would help you out.
Now, I'm gonna have to look into that because, you know, part of my plan does, you know, revolve around offing this, you know, mountain of freaking cardboard that I want to off. So if that's a thing, I'm gonna have to look into that and see what prices are. Mind you, you know, I made all my money back from them, so it is all profit. But you know, I've got cards that I know are worth, you know, big money, and if they're only $5, gonna be sitting on them for a while till that changes, won't I? But I mean, I've heard that, you know, like with the comic industry stuff, you know, took a nosedive. But you know, depending on, you know, the individual thing, it's, you know, it can be up or down.
Yeah, I originally got my start with wargaming and doing models and kind of the hobby through trading comic books. I had a ton of old comic books that I traded to a shop owner that my grandfather had gave me for $100 in-store credit, and I bought some models with it, some paint, some brushes, and got going with it. But part of that process was trying to get a value for them just from the internet and stuff. And it's hard unless you call up a comic book shop and schedule a time to meet with somebody to kind of consult on a collection. You know, that's the biggest draw. That is a huge marketing thing, is to say, okay, yeah, this person who's running a legitimate business is saying that this is the value of this book. To negotiate with private sellers like that is probably going to be a huge draw for you if you're doing any kind of comics or cards or something like that. They can at least.
I've got a crap ton of other things. It's not my only, you know, source of income when it comes to this, but you know, it you know, 50 grand is 50 grand, right?
That's yeah, for sure. I keep telling myself $20 is $20 when I'm behind Wendy's, but you know, that is what it is.
Whatever.
I'll take that under advisement there, Al. Thanks. I mean, mind you, it's a couple years away, so who knows what's going to happen by then? I might just be rubbing them together to start fires. Who knows?
I later on, I can't wait to talk to you about that kill team stuff, though, Shadow. I wouldn't mind working on seeing if I can't take some of that stuff off your hands at another time.
I'll make up a list. I've only got I've got about 10 boxes, including the starter box and one of the hardback rule books and various, you know, little kill team boxes. I don't even know how the game works. I've got like Space Wolves, some Gene Stealers, some Dark Elves. You know, had I picked up like Necrons or something like that, I probably would have jumped in on it. But you know, I was just buying collections, and this chunk came with a bunch of other stuff, and I already made my money back, so I'm not looking for, you know, full price. But you know, if it's sealed, you know, I'd like to, you know, at least put it on the market and see what I can get for it. But you know, like Bo was saying, well, what about friend prices? Definitely, I'll take that.
Yeah.
And I'm also
we'll talk about it.
I'm also open to trades, you know, because I'm just gonna do that with it anyways. I'm gonna take the money and put it into, you know, some other thing, you know. Plus, you're making a box for me. At least I can, you know, do is send something your way.
Yeah, send me that. Send me your redone logo when
I'm working on getting the boy to do that. He's been under the weather the past 2 days. But yeah, we need a new logo. The one we've got now was made by a fellow YouTuber, and it doesn't really, it was just a placeholder, and we've had it for a year, and we want something that, kind of more represents what we're about. I want to get like a, this is something, anything but just a freaking ninja,
Gotcha.
That's what it is.
Gotcha.
It's a ninja wearing white. There's two of us here.
Right. If any of you guys want some theme music, let me know too, because I've kind of been getting into that. I've done a couple of podcasts intros, both video and just audio only. If you guys need anything like that, I guess I'm starting to do it. So
just about everybody I know could use some theme music. I got mine from Rick from 28mm RPG. He's a guy up in Canada, and it was custom made to sound like another song by my favorite band, and he did a bang up job. I've never even got a chance to use the outro music, so I'm keeping it for the duration. He wrote it specifically for us, so
it's a good song, man. You got a banger going.
Yeah, he's a freaking amazingly talented guy between painting, role playing, dungeon mastering, music. He's got it all down. I can't wait to get back into his game on Sundays. But I know Bo and Mini Warmud and just a million other guys out there. Just make sure you don't charge them too much. Because
I've been doing these mostly for free just to build up some street cred. You can't just go out there and be like, first taste is free.
I'll see how well you do when you do Brian's.
Yeah. All right. I dig it.
Well, guys, I got to hit the road. It's 9 p.m. my time. I got to put the munchkin down.
I got packed.
It was great hanging out with all you guys. We're going to do this again Thursday, but I will be doing a show Saturday night where we're going to talk about all alien character games, no humans, instead of the opposite with all the games out there. It's all, it's all humans. There's no aliens. We're going to do the exact opposite with just a whole bunch of, talking about how we would run a game with no humans, just aliens. Because everybody says we can't run anything but humans because we don't know what it's like. But I don't know what it's like to be a space pilot. But I've run half a dozen of them with no problem. I think I can run a freaking alien. So if you guys are interested, come on down, give us a listen, and add to the conversation.
Sure will. Did you get my message on Discord?
I haven't checked Discord.
All right. Sounds good.
And Cal, real quick before I go, Cal. No, I know Tom died, so I could hook you up with like new stuff, not old stuff. The little bit of old stuff I have, I'm keeping it for the collection. But if you're interested in buying, new stuff, from the same old molds, but new stuff, give me a ring and I'll hook you up with Tom. He's trying to, put this stuff back on the market. So if you're interested in old 1970s, minifigs, miniatures in, 25 mil scale, let me know. Otherwise, I got to hit the road. It's freezing out here. You guys have a great evening. Thanks for showing up, everybody. Have a great weekend, and I will talk to you guys real soon. Oh, and happy trails. You ready for tomorrow, Bo?
I will be. I've got to do some